I'm going to tell you right now. This is from her father. Your bunch of lying no good punks, and I know who it's coming from because I've traced it, and you've been reported to cyber police because I've traced it. Consequences will never be the same because I've traced it, and you've been reported to cyber police because I've traced it. You'll be arrested. End of conversation. Well, guess what? My daughter's not lying, and I'm not going to put up with any of you people's crap. If you ain't got something nice to say about my daughter, then keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut. And any more of your comments and put it on there will be caught and will be bound. You will have to deal with the police, cause you done goofed. Cause you done goofed. Because I've traced it, and you've been reported to the cyber police because I've traced it. Consequences will never be the same because I've traced it, and you've been reported to the cyber police because I've traced it. You'll be arrested. End of conversation.
Right. Unlike an infusion that takes 30 minutes, Opdivo Qvantig needs treatment quickly in as little as 3 minutes. Opdivo Qvantig is an immunotherapy that works with the immune system to help fight cancer. Opdivo Qvantig can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away.
What up, y'all?
Chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain or fever. Report severe or consistent muscle or joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, or lupus. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems. If you had a plan to have an organ or stem cell transplant or receive chest radiation, Opdivo Qvantig can harm your unborn baby.
A chance to live longer. And treatment is faster.
Your doctor about Opdivo Qvantig. See OpdivoQvantig.com for more information.
It was Matheron Smith, the 19-year-old drug runner Kathy Sagasti suspected had been murdered in her house. But forensic tests quickly dispelled that notion. This victim was much younger than 19 years old. An analysis of her teeth indicated she was in early puberty.
I believe she was 13. We were able to tell from the level of eruption of certain teeth that, that was consistent with somebody who might have been 13 at the time. Even though I don't believe she had any baby teeth left.
To find out when the victim died, scientists turned to the only evidence they had: the insects that were on the dead body.
Some of the species of flies will be found almost immediately after death, within a matter of seconds, a matter of a few minutes after death. They'll be laying eggs within the first 2 hours, 3 hours after death, given the adequate environmental conditions. We have 80 degrees. It's a nice summer day, and we have sunlight, daylight. The flies will be out searching, and if you die, they're going to find you very, very fast.
Dr. Haskell discovered that the larvae in the body were third stage when he allowed some of these larvae to develop to full maturity.
What up, whoever's watching?
The species was Phormia regina.
That's about on Twitch.
As the black blowfly, a species common in rural areas during the summer. If Dr. Haskell could determine how long the larvae had been on the body, he would know when the victim died. But temperature and weather conditions can affect insect development and must be taken into account.
if we had temperatures in the 80s or 90s or pushing 100, those maggots have grown developed very, very fast. So it is critical to have the weather information to evaluate, to see whether that growth development is slow, medium, or fast.
Dr. Haskell researched local temperatures in the weeks and months preceding discovery of the body. He also needed to calculate the difference between the outside temperatures and those inside the vault, which were much cooler. So he took temperature readings inside the vault and correlated them with the outside temperatures. With these calculations, and knowing the larvae were in their third stage of development, Dr. Haskell estimated that blowflies deposited their eggs on the dead body between July 27th and the 29th. This was the same time Lisa Guthrie suspected the murder took place in her basement. But if the victim wasn't 19-year-old Mataron Smith, who was she? When police discovered the decomposed body of a young woman in a deserted cemetery vault, they had few clues to her identity. Analysis of the victim's teeth revealed she was just 13 years old. Police conducted a nationwide computer search on all missing 13-year-old Black females who were 5'2" and 110 pounds. The name, Richeza Williams, was one of the matches. Richeza Williams was a runaway from a middle-class family in Long Island, New York, and was reported missing by her family a few weeks earlier. When her dental records were compared to the teeth of the victim, there were similarities.
It was a difficult situation, but fortunately, she had some chipping of her upper front teeth. And we noticed that when we examined the remains, that there was also chipping on the front teeth, and they matched up remarkably well. And it was with a certainty that that had
When Kathy Sagasti was shown the photograph of Richeza Williams, she confirmed that she was the woman she knew as 19-year-old Mataron Smith. Williams had changed her age and identity after she ran away from home. For Sandra Taylor, Richeza's teacher and Girl Scout leader, news of her death came as a shock.
I had no idea. She would eventually go somewhere and pose to be 19 instead of 13. Richeza was an exceptionally beautiful young girl, beautiful black, flowing long hair, very pleasant for anybody to look at, just gorgeous, nice personality, very friendly, friendly to everybody, people she knew, people she didn't know.
After Richeza finished grade school, she didn't attend middle school regularly. Her father died. Richeza started to rebel and became a discipline problem.
I had a conversation with Richeza myself, and I told her, you must go to school, and I told her also that if she did not, I was going to have her move in with me, and I would see that she went to school, and I would pick her up and make sure she went there. So I knew there was some kind of problems going on there.
Instead, Richeza Williams got involved running drugs between New York and Pennsylvania, which is how she met Floyd Mayweather, Kwame Henry, and Stanley Obas. Kathy Sagasti said that Mayweather and Henry accused Richeza of stealing some cocaine, and that Stanley Obas prevented Sagasti from going downstairs. Over the next several hours, Mayweather and Henry took several items from the kitchen before returning to the basement.
Miss Augusta could not tell us what happened now, but she did hear sounds of crying from Richeza. Don't do this to me, She heard sort of like slapping around, and that this young girl was pleading with them to stop whatever they were doing down there. At some point, all the noise stopped in the basement.
A search of Sagasti's home corroborated parts of her story. Several kitchen utensils tested positive for human and
Yeah, okay.
Can you pick the card back up? No, you're not. Mama, tell it. Yes. Wetlands, Alex, where always get rid of the thing.
What's the matter? Couldn't you sleep because of your bed being broke?
I don't know, maybe that's why I woke up. I woke up and had to use the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. What's it like sleeping on that?
Uncomfortable.
I'll see about getting me a new bed today.
Alright.
You ready for coffee, sweetie?
But, yeah, before.
I'll wait till she sees you after the bathroom, she'll take my for you.
I'm not worried about it.
All right. What cup you want? The gingerbread?
Yeah. The smaller one is my teacup.
Oh, okay.
I use it for tea.
Coffee for you.
All right, I'll be out in a few minutes.
Make sure you put a plate on top of it.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, let's see. Napkins. Here, got a nice night. Here. I'm gonna see Tootie. It's 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah. Grandpa.
Yeah. Alright, what do you want?
Yeah.
Well, we started, remember, and doing my cousin Benny?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, pretty good. And the only other movie that played was this movie called The Boy You Could Fly. It's a TV movie. It's got a few episodes. I read an article. We got them. After they stopped after the pandemic, because, they run a time. They weren't for almost 10 years. Nine, 45. Now. Just go to 5, so. Right here.
Did you see all that?
Oh. I would do that at 55, I might be getting up to one and not.
Yeah, Bill's supposed to see me. You know what they call them, the food? Right, Tom?
That, medieval,
Medieval.
they wanted a medieval. Background.
Did you like a castle on the outside?
I haven't seen that. I just started going. Go to your hat.
Should we forget it?
Well, she'll be that.
Right.
And I got my hour on the really woman ran my crops and that crop cooking. I ordered yeah, some that will work out for. Well, not like 4 months, 5 months, like I'm still getting my first box and new stuff.
After a good one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the one at the beginning of,
Yeah. Be more after that.
yeah, I believe it.
We had this twice.
And it's wrong.
Back to life. Yeah, people were.
Who did that bill? I don't remember.
I'm sure it's a problem.
Or did that the bill?
I just hear. No big deal. We love to stay on.
It's 15 a month on it. So we're really only paying 85 a month on it. On 600 or something.
No. 288. 4, 5. We can have the other 180, but not great.
Yeah.
I don't have money this week, yet, but next week, class. And start taking you here.
Okay.
Or you can get it. I still may want to put back on the inside too.
Yeah. And I guess your mower and stuff will go uncovered.
No. I want to try to get everything paid. I got to have all my points on my day. Good work taking a shot, so you get $10 million.
Yeah. We're gonna want you charged to make that.
Probably 250, 200,000.
I know.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool, yeah.
Here you go.
What channel 237?
Yeah.
Judy on.
That's car 54?
Yeah.
Car 54, where are you? But is there any milk left in there?
Nope.
Okay. So we definitely need milk. What's the show about today, dear?
A woman, the building in town, high rise,
Yeah.
and she lived in Dover across from the apartment. And she had already somehow got a weekend that we didn't always work. And he got his person, he was stuck in unfinished work.
Oh. Oh.
There's no related.
Oh, look, you're in the picture. Okay, you're off. Time for your hand to be adjusted. It's still working. Not gonna get your longest going. Maybe it's, turned down here. It was. It was down on this one. Oh, when I was trying to hear the post
Yeah.
a couple of days ago.
So most of them what they say when they out of the way.
There might be a change of plans. It all depends on what time that is being released.
Oh, we can't make a case company that can run it tomorrow.
I'm not joking today. I might be able to pick up that and be home before she has time to go up and thinking. So at this point, that was my fault.
Oh, she probably make it so far.
Well, they don't know it's okay.
Yeah.
See, I might be able to get that, okay, but I'm not sure it was even time for us to leave and go.
Alright, we'll see how it works out.
No sense leaving that sit over there.
Yeah.
I didn't see you all day last night. Your party, your grandpa, and your ancestors. What did your grandpa say? So sweet, boy. He heard about that.
Yeah, $115. One of those Pro Blast. It's like a Chromebook for a girl. And they find money on the girl, you better use it all.
Right.
That's what's worth the egg for a while. No. They maybe one might get like that. What do you have? They don't pay them back.
Oh, Lord. Now, he puts a gratitude. What a great old So is that supposed to be an area behind?
Yeah, the code is better than done, all over. She's turning the table. We tried to be a doctor, and we got him totally cut. Now it's kind of bingo.
Stop it, Blackie.
What up, Stu? Blue to pee, toupee.
Oh, really? Sorry, y'all. I was in the shower. I just ate breakfast. I had some bacon and eggs, and I had some Lucky Charms cereal. Gotta go get my pop-pop from the hospital this morning. I'll be there for you. Oh, I just had to take a shit and I had to wipe so much my asshole's raw. Don't you hate it when that happens? You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. I'm going out for a smoke.
You can use them all around the house. Call now and get an amazing 12 alien grips for just $19.99. But wait, there's more. Act right now and get a second.
Excuse me.
And so the running in and out begins.
I'm a nerd. Word. I drink Thunderbird. Half snake woman kick my love to the curb. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. What up, Stu? Fuck snow. It's snowing there. Yeah, we just missed the snow here in Delaware. My stepdad was telling me. It snowed hard. Damn.
And I confronted her and talked to her about that. She had acknowledged the problem and was working on that. The whole family was being supportive of that.
My understanding of the mixture of alcohol and Vicodin is it makes you comatose. And that's exactly what happened to Carolyn when she was in the bar.
Witnesses at Omar's Lounge say that Carolyn passed out at her table. One of the regular customers, Dennis Smith, helped her to her car. What Smith told police was disturbing. He said that he and Carolyn left the bar and engaged in consensual sex in his truck. As he walked her to her car, a man approached them, hit Smith with a bat, called Carolyn a bitch, and forced her to leave with him. When shown a photographic lineup, Smith identified Carolyn's husband, Dan, as the culprit. Dan Kilby angrily denied this. He offered to take a lie detector test. Dan Kilby said he and his brother were out drinking together that night in a bar, which the bartender there confirmed. When police looked closer into Dennis Smith's background, they discovered that Smith had been convicted for the murder of his sister, Patricia Ann Johnson, in 1982. Smith served 10 years of that sentence and had recently been released on parole. And the witness told police that she saw mud on Smith's truck on the night Carolyn disappeared.
He came to a Shell station in Clark County. His truck was all dirty. He asked the attendant there, who was a friend, whether or not he could go to her parents' house and wash his car.
The employee also thought she saw a blood smear on Smith's shirt. With this new information, Smith's truck was confiscated, and police noticed that the inside of the truck had been wiped clean. No fingerprints, hairs, or fibers, even though Smith said Carolyn had been in the truck for consensual sex. Investigators did find a tiny speck of blood on the steering wheel, and there was evidence of a recent fire. Smith said a cigarette butt accidentally ignited the upholstery. An alert homicide investigator also confiscated Smith's wristwatch. In the forensics lab, scientists found a clear speck of what appeared to be blood in the crevice of the wristband. Tests indicated was but whose was it? We get half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father. Scientists could identify whether it was Carolyn's blood in the truck by analyzing DNA samples from Carolyn's parents. But Carolyn's mother delivered some shocking news. Despite raising Carolyn as his own, the man Carolyn called Dad wasn't her biological father, withheld from Carolyn during her upbringing. Carolyn's biological father had died years earlier. This made the bloodstain analysis much more difficult.
We didn't have any solid DNA. We didn't have a piece of skin or a blood sample from her body that we could compare to the blood stain. So we were a little up in the air about what to do.
Without a body, scientists would have to improvise. When Dennis learned that he was a suspect in Carolyn Kilby's disappearance, he fled, and the nationwide manhunt was underway.
We didn't know who she'd left with. We had to stop the baby Susan was feeling angry. And then we found out that she'd been seen leaving with this guy Dennis, and so we didn't know what that meant. And then we found out that he was a murderer that had been out on parole, and so that took away some hope.
While the FBI searched for Smith, forensic scientists analyzed his truck. Watson experts discovered hydrocarbons on the upholstery of Smith's truck. Hydrocarbons are present when an accelerant or flammable liquid is used to start the fire. A clue that the fire was intentionally set. The damage was extensive, and Smith's story didn't match the evidence.
We got a similar car seat. We tried to recreate the fire in 3 or 4 different ways. And each time we couldn't come up with that type of damage that we saw in this car.
In a small crack in the steering wheel, a phenolphthalein test identified a tiny stain as blood. And on Dennis Smith's wristband, scientists found another speck of blood. But without Carolyn's body, scientists had no DNA sample for comparison. So detectives searched for a sample of Carolyn's DNA, and they found it in Alaska. 10 years earlier, Carolyn mailed a letter to her girlfriend in Alaska. Her friend had never thrown it away. On the envelope flap and stamps was Carolyn's saliva. Still, a rich source of DNA even after 10 years. The samples were too badly degraded for traditional DNA testing, so scientists used a newer and less exact DNA test called mitochondrial DNA. Traditional DNA testing analyzes the nucleus of the cell.
What up, Mike?
Outside the
I'm doing all right.
cells are what are known as mitochondria. Cells that can be identified, although not as precisely as in traditional DNA testing.
Many people diagnosed as HER2 negative may actually have HER2 low metastatic breast cancer. That's why I dug a little deeper, asked my doctor questions, and wanted another look.
I feel in control now because I learned about Enhertu.
Enhertu is for adults who have HR positive HER2 low or HR positive HER2 ultra low breast cancer that cannot be removed by surgery or is metastatic, and who have received 1 or more hormone treatments for metastatic disease. Enhertu is a targeted therapy that specifically targets HER2 on cancer cells. Enhertu helps people live longer without their cancer growing or spreading compared to chemotherapy. Your doctor will do tests to ensure Enhertu is right for you. Enhertu can cause serious side effects, like lung problems that may lead to death, low red blood cell counts that are common and sometimes severe, and problems with your heart pump and blood. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening shortness of breath, trouble breathing, signs of infection, cough, fever, chills, feeling tired, swelling of ankles or legs, irregular heartbeat, sudden weight gain, dizziness, or loss of consciousness. Enhertu can harm your unborn baby. Talk to your doctor about pregnancy, breastfeeding, and effective birth control. Ask about other side effects. With Enhertu, I'm holding on to all that is someday magical. Mine. Sure, metastatic breast cancer will try to take it all, but not today. Ask your doctor if you have low levels of HER2, because Enhertu may be right for you.
Mitochondrial DNA is inherited from a mother to her children. And therefore, if you want to make a match between a sample of evidence from a missing person, as was in this case, blood stains from someone whose body was not available, you need only go to a maternal relative.
The DNA from the envelope flatbed stamps matched the DNA from the blood found in Smith's truck, and with DNA samples from Carolyn Killaby's mother and daughter, Dr. Melvin concluded that the mitochondrial DNA in Dennis Smith's truck was that of Carolyn Killaby. It was a DNA profile that existed in only 1 out of 200,000 locations.
because there was no body found in this case, and I believe the remains of Ms. Kilby are still missing, it was very important to place her in the presence of Mr. Smith. And of course, a blood stain on his watch band that comes back to her would be very powerful evidence.
On the 1-year anniversary of Carolyn's disappearance, friends and relatives gathered for a candlelight vigil outside of Omar's lounge, the last place she was seen alive.
And I'm glad they're here. And I'm glad they want to show that they care too.
For over a year, Dennis Smith had been on the run. Then the television series Unsolved Mysteries profiled the case, asking viewers for help in bringing Smith to justice. 4 days later, an anonymous tip revealed Smith was living in Florida. The trick now was to find him.
And I turned to drugs, and my stepdad turned to alcohol, and my sister turned away from all of us, and my whole family just fell apart. Everything that I'd known for 15, almost 16 years in one night was all unraveled.
For 15 months, Carolyn's family waited for some word on the search for Dennis Smith. Law enforcement searched all over the country, and an informant said Smith was living in Florida. Police there stopped the vehicle on the suspicion it was stolen. The man driving the car was Dennis Smith. Smith tried to get away. There was a fight, and Smith was shot in the scalp.
I was hoping that he was in a lot of pain. I wanted him to hurt. I crossed my fingers though that he didn't die. As much as I hate him and do not want him in this world, if he were to die, there was really no hope of finding my mom's body or for him having to suffer in prison.
Smith survived the gunshot wound and returned to Washington State to stand trial for kidnapping, rape, and the murder of Carolyn Kilby, even though police still haven't found her body. Smith pleaded not guilty and stood by his story that he was attacked by Carolyn's husband in the parking lot of the bar and that Carolyn left with her husband. The defense reminded the jury that Smith identified Kilby from a photographic lineup. But prosecutors said Smith probably recognized Dan Kilby from television news reports about his wife's disappearance.
And it's just amazed me. And I see on TV, on court shows, on anything, real or not, how the defense always tries to twist the victims into this horrible person when they never did anything to ask for what they got. And they didn't deserve it.
Prosecutors believe that Carolyn Kilby was inebriated in Omar's lounge and that Smith offered to drive her home. Somewhere along the way, Smith raped and murdered Carolyn Kilby in the cab of his truck. Her blood spattered onto the steering wheel, Smith's watch, and probably on the upholstery. Prosecutors suspect that Smith buried Carolyn's body somewhere near Larch Mountain. A few hours later, a gas station attendant said she saw a blood stain on Smith's shirt and that his truck was full of mud. Smith attempted to remove the blood inside his truck with detergents. And when he couldn't remove it all from the upholstery, he set it on fire. But he missed a tiny speck of blood on his wristband and a tiny speck of blood on the steering wheel, proof that Carolyn Kilby had been bleeding inside his truck.
Some of his friends happened to be nurses. He went into a great detail with his nurse friends about what is DNA, how do you get rid of DNA. I use Pine Sol and Lysol and other cleaning agents in my car. Is that going to get rid of DNA? And the nurses said, hey, I don't think so.
Prosecutors also discovered that when Smith was in prison for killing his sister, he told his cellmate how he would get away with murder the next time.
Mr. Smith told an inmate that if he would ever committed another murder, he would dispose of the body by digging a hole, placing the body in it, recovering the hole, and planting a tree on top of it so that no one would know the bodies were there.
And wherever she is, it's out in most likely a dark, cold place where we can't go and visit her physically, where her remains are.
He also told the inmate that he would dispose of the other evidence by burning it.
The only scientific evidence in this case was the mitochondrial DNA taken from 2 tiny specks of blood. Dennis Smith was found guilty of aggravated murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. After his conviction, Dennis Smith offered to disclose the location of Carolyn's body in return for some Taco Bell burritos and $10,000 in cash.
We obviously all know that he knows where the body is, and now he's trying to get something for him when he should do the right thing and give up Carolyn's body to give closure to his family. I think it's pathetic what he's trying to do now.
Even on an antidepressant, there are days I feel stuck in my head. Depression symptoms, like lack of interest and negative thoughts, can hold me back. I wanted to break through. I asked about Vraylar. I think Vraylar to an antidepressant significantly reduces overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death and stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, breaking through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
He's not getting any money. He already has more things in prison that we have. I mean, he has free cable, he has free pay-per-view. I mean, I have to pay for my cable, I have to go rent movies, and then he wants extra spending money. I mean, there's no way that I would give him a cent. I wouldn't give him a penny.
The Killeby family may never recover Carolyn's body for a proper burial, but they purchased a burial plot with a headstone anyway. For Carolyn's daughter Gina, not a day goes by when she doesn't think of her mother.
She has this beautiful new granddaughter that she never got the chance to meet and be a grandmother to. But that her granddaughter will always know who she is, and that she will always be a part of this family, and that we love her and miss her very, very much.
As Peggy Carr lay ill in the hospital intensive care unit, doctors were back. They were enough. Lab tests were all negative. But one of the doctors noticed a tiny clue. Her hair was falling out. It was a symptom of a very rare condition, one the doctor had never seen before. And if he was right, there was no known cure. Peggy Carr was a 41-year-old restaurant worker who had been married to her second husband, Pi, for the last 6 months. Peggy worked as a waitress at a drive-in restaurant and had 3 children from a previous marriage. Pi had 2 children and worked at a phosphate mine.
They seemed to be happy. My mom loved him more than anything. You know, he was just the light of her life. You know, he was it.
But soon after their marriage, Peggy began to question the long hours Pi was working at the mine.
He worked all the time. There were some questions about if he was really at work or if he was out.
One night when Pi said he was working late, Peggy drove out to the mine. In the parking lot, she saw only 2 cars. One was Pi's. The other belonged to one of his former girlfriends.
My mom went out to where he worked. And we found him with another woman.
When I guess she found out that he was cheating, things started, going downhill.
When Peggy learned of the affair, she took her children to a nearby motel and left her husband a note.
Dear Uncle, I'm going to give you some time to think about us. I can't live like we have been. I can't imagine living without you. I can, if you don't want me. I want you to be all I want. Peggy.
After a brief separation, the couple resolved their differences and Peggy and her children moved back home. On the day she returned, Pi left for a previously scheduled hunting trip. While he was away, Peggy became ill, complaining of an upset stomach and an intense burning sensation. When Pi returned home, he told the children he thought it was only a virus.
She was sick. She was very sick. She was laying in bed and she couldn't move. She kept complaining of her hands and her feet. She said she couldn't open her eyes. She was nauseated.
By the time Peggy was taken to the hospital, doctors noticed some weakness in both sides of her face. But when lab tests were negative and they couldn't diagnose her problem, Peggy was released.
The next day I went up to check on her and she was even worse. And I told Pi, I said, we need to take her to the hospital again because she's not getting any better. Well, he went to work.
The children drove her to the hospital once again. This time, one of the physicians who examined her noticed a tiny clue.
I noticed that her hair, simply raising her up off the pillow to listen to her back, quite a bit of her hair was left on the pillow.
Dr. Robert Van Hook and his colleagues thought it might be a poison, a very rare one, which doesn't show up in normal lab tests. A special test confirmed his suspicion. It was thallium poisoning. Thallium is a highly toxic metal, widely used as a pesticide before it was banned in the United States in 1972. Once inside the body, thallium attacks nerve endings and muscles, causing them to atrophy and die. In severe cases, it can cause delirium, paralysis, coma, even death. Tests revealed that Peggy had 50 times the maximum human exposure in her system, and there is no known cure or antidote. Within days, Peggy's stepson Travis and son Dwayne were hospitalized as well. They too had thallium poisoning.
Where it was like somebody taking 1,000 needles, putting your feet in them and just pressing all at once. And real painful, something that you just couldn't, let go.
How did Peggy Carr and the two boys ingest such large amounts of thallium? Was it accidental, or was someone trying to kill them? Since there is no cure or antidote for thallium poisoning, Peggy Carr's condition grew progressively worse. After losing all of her hair, she slipped into a coma. Health officials frantically searched for the source of the thallium. The orange grove next to the Carr's home was tested to determine whether thallium had been sprayed on the orange trees. And the drinking water well in the area was also tested, but thallium wasn't found. Next, health officials gathered air and dust samples from inside the Carr's home and took more than 400 household items for laboratory analysis. Friends told police that the family received an anonymous threatening letter just a few months earlier. It was addressed to Pye Carr, misspelling Pye's name.
You and your so-called family and trees to Florida forever, or else you won't die. This is no joke.
Police were suspicious of Pye Carr, not only because he failed to mention the threatening letter, but also because of his extramarital affair, the fact that he was away when Peggy first got sick, and his hesitation in taking Peggy to the hospital.
We dug very deeply to that point. We parsed that. Anything that would show motivation on his part to poison Swan.
We thought, Pye had something to do with it, because the way he was acting so strange, He was always so secretive. He was always, it's like he always had something to hide.
A long day can be a lot longer when your dog has digestive upsets. Hill's Prescription Diet GI Nutrition helps support digestive upsets and other GI issues in as little as 24 hours, so you can both feel better. Because sometimes we feel bad, even when it's for their own good. Give more love than humanly possible when you feed a Hill's scientifically proven formula. Because you're only human, there's Hill's.
I've collected baseball, basketball, and football cards since I was a kid, and I almost gave it up until I found my Arena Club. I can now buy, sell, and trade cards all day. I can even keep cards in my online showroom and auction them off. I can rip open slab packs online and have the cards quickly shipped to me. Build your collection today. It's completely transparent, and I trust it. And the best part is you can do it 24/7 from anywhere. Anywhere.
Use code NEW for 20% first timer discount. Download Arena Club now or visit arenaclub.com today.
Oh, Phil, I'm 6'3". You want your family to go to T-Mobile where you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them awesome cameras. That'd be displayed, right? Yes, boss.
Actually, I'm much younger sister. Also, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. Dude,
Yeah.
not you.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. 4 iPhone 17s, 1 box. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a month.
Oh, never beat that network, kid.
the remaining family members were asked to undergo thallium testing as well, just as a precaution. And the results were surprising. Peggy's daughter Sissy and her child Casey both had traces of thallium in their systems, and so did Pi. The only family member found not to have thallium in her system was Pi's daughter Tammy. Went to the laboratory, analyzed the items from the car's home. They found the source of the thallium in some empty soda bottles. Detectives returned to the car home and found 3 full bottles from the same carton. The FBI found no fingerprints on the full bottles recovered from the car's home. But under a scanning electron microscope, magnified 100 times, the FBI discovered tiny scratch marks on the caps, an indication that they had been meticulously removed and replaced. Using a process called flame atomic absorption spectroscopy, the soda produced a distinctive greenish color to the flame, a positive indication that thallium was present. Tests revealed that each of the 3 bottles contained more than a gram of thallium, enough to kill an adult. Thallium causes drinks to overflow, alters the color, and produces a noticeable sediment on the bottom. But the mixture found in the soda avoided these problems and was a mixture which will not be revealed in this program. The FBI knew this was not the work of an amateur. The sophisticated knowledge of chemistry, the professional removal and reattachment of the bottle caps told the FBI that the killer was very smart, very organized, and would be very difficult to catch. When Peggy Carr slipped into a coma, her doctors had little if any hope for her recovery. Her son and stepson were both in serious condition, but expected to recover. Pi's daughter Tammy was the only family member without thallium in her system. She told police she didn't drink the soda because she consumed only diet drinks. And when thallium was found in Pi's system, he was no longer considered a suspect. With no other leads, the FBI was asked to provide a psychological profile of the poisoner. The profiling unit believed that the poisoner was highly intelligent, a white male in his mid-30s who resolves conflict without direct confrontation. He liked to read about murder, watch violent movies, and would then fantasize about committing murder.
Before they pass the type of person, and it's more of a cowardly type of crime. You don't have to look the intended victim in the eye. It's very similar to a violent, very similar type of personality.
The FBI suggested police question the neighbors because whoever poisoned the family knew their comings and goings and planted the soda without being seen. The Carr's only neighbor was Dr. Diana Carr, no relation to Peggy Carr, and her husband, George Treepel. Diana Carr had a master's degree in chemistry and graduated from medical school as an orthopedic surgeon. Her husband, George, was a freelance writer for a computer magazine. Both were highly intelligent and members of Mensa, an organization for individuals with IQs in the top 2% of the population. Police learned that Diana Carr had a fight with Peggy just a week before she was poisoned.
She was cussing, ranting and raving about my 2 brothers having music on in the front yard, telling them to turn it down.
My mom had enough of this lady, yelling at her, screaming at her, cussing at her, so she turned around, walked off, said, "I'm done."
This ain't over yet. This ain't over yet.
A background check revealed that Treepel had been arrested in North Carolina in the mid-70s for running one of the largest methamphetamine labs in the eastern United States. The drug agent who arrested Treepel called him the smartest chemist he had ever known. On March 3rd, 1989. 4 months after she was poisoned, Peggy Carr died. It was now a murder investigation. The Sheriff's Department assigned Special Agent Susan Gorick to the case. She was asked to go undercover to infiltrate the Mensa group to which George Treepow and Diana Carr belonged, an experience she vividly described in her best-selling book, Poison Mind. Under an assumed name and identity, Susan Gorick attended a Mensa murder mystery weekend, which George and his wife Diana were hosting.
Before I went to the weekend, I spoke with the people up at the FBI Behavioral Science Unit to see if I could get some tips on the type of person or type of personality that I should develop if I was to meet George Treepow.
When Gorick arrived for the weekend, she received a copy of the murder scenarios George Treepow wrote for the participants. One was a murder by poisoning.
Few voodooists believe that they could be killed by psychic means, but no one doubts that he could be poisoned.
Susan Gorick accomplished her mission that weekend when George Treepow befriended her.
He's very intelligent, maybe a little eccentric. A lot of people would call him odd, but because I spent so much time with him, I got to know him and I did see a good side of him. I did see a nice personality, but I also saw a very evil side.
In her undercover role, always under surveillance, Gorick met with Treepow on numerous occasions, hoping to gather evidence of his involvement in the poisonings. Their relationship led to an important break. A year after Peggy Carr's death, George and his wife Diana moved. They rented their old home to George's new friend, Susan Gorick. She moved in before all of the couple's belongings had been removed. And when she did, homicide detectives moved in with her. They searched the house and the shed Treepow used as a workshop.
We sent everything from the workshop garage to the FBI laboratory for them to examine.
Inside one of the bottles, the FBI discovered thallium, similar to the type found in the soda bottles in the Carr home.
We had a lot of circumstantial evidence, but this was the only piece of real evidence that you could actually put your hands on.
The police then searched Treepow's new home and discovered a notebook George captioned General Poisoning Guides. Inside were excerpts from books used by homicide detectives. One was Death by Poison. Another listed details of the uses and effects of thallium. George Treepow was arrested for the murder of Peggy Carr and the attempted murder of the entire Carr family.
This is the story of the one who knows well-prepared workdays take off smoothly and land right on time. That's why he counts on Grainger. With next-day delivery and professional-grade products, Grainger helps ensure he, his crew, and thousands of passengers fly through the day like clockwork. Call Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you aim to control litter box odor, your cat can have an overwhelming presence in your home. Shrink the stink with Cat Pride. It's lightweight and provides superior instant and long-lasting odor control.
To buy or not to buy? That is the question. No Shopify, the undisputed, undefeated checkout champion of the world. This living legend can do conversions up to 50%, which means way less abuse and way more bet. So if your business is in it to win it, shop.
Police believe that George Treepow grew annoyed with his neighbors, especially the children. When the threatening letter failed to scare the family away, Treepow took a more direct approach. He purchased some soda and carefully removed all of the bottle caps with special tools. His chemical knowledge led him to choose a poison which had no cure or antidote, one that couldn't be detected by conventional medical tests. It was hauntingly similar to the plot he would later write for the Murder Mystery Weekend.
People throw out their food and much. Most items on the doorstep are just the neighbor's way of saying, I don't like you. Move or else.
The Carr family remembers drinking the soda at a family dinner when they had fried chicken. Pie Carr was drinking bourbon and had a splash of soda from one of the bottles. Pie's daughter, Tammy, was drinking diet soda and was the only family member who wasn't poisoned. Peggy most likely ingested more soda than the others because she had the highest value levels. After she was hospitalized, her condition deteriorated. She slipped into a coma and died 4 months later. The two boys were also hospitalized but recovered.
I would say that this whole case is science. This case was about being able to find the valley in the washings of the empty bottles. When Coca-Cola did the experiments, that food was extremely compelling. The science at the FBI lab, if you pick up those bottle caps, you can't possibly, I don't think with a magnifying glass, can find those school marks. And yet, it's so obvious in the blown-up pictures of the FBI. The other thing very important about the science was George's knowledge of the science and the amount of literature we found in his house that backed it up.
When Treepow went on trial in 1991, the case against him was largely circumstantial. Treepow's criminal history as head chemist for an illegal methamphetamine lab. The fact that he used similar phraseology in an interview with the police that was used in the threatening letter. His authorship of the murder mystery storyline dealing with both a poisoning and the threatening letter. The bottle with thallium found in his work shed, and the books with information on the use of thallium found in his home.
The whole case is circumstantial. I mean, that was my whole closing argument. And the way that we approached it because of that was to exclude every other person on the face of the earth.
The defense argued there was no proof that Treepow purchased the soda. His fingerprints were not found on the soda bottles or on the vial of thallium. His lawyer also suggested that there was reasonable doubt. All of the evidence could also point to Treepow's wife, Diana, who had a master's degree in chemistry. It took the jury just 6 hours to reach a verdict. George Treepow was found guilty of all charges, and he was sentenced to death.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly didn't believe it because the man that I knew, was the man I mowed his driveway because it was 2 foot off of our property line. I mowed his driveway. He always waved at me. Sure, he was weird. He was a nerd. I heard he was a chemical freak or whatever. But he didn't seem capable of murder. Not in my eyes.
He did the most horrible act that I've ever seen as a homicide investigator. A heinous act. He killed one person, put her through torture before her death.
She was really, truly my best friend. She's my maid of honor at my wedding. She was the only one I had for a long time. My dad wasn't always there. And she got always better.
So,
When you can control litter box odor, your cat can have an overwhelming presence in your home. Shrink the stink with Cat Pride. It's lightweight and provides superior instant and long-lasting odor control.
This river wasn't day under the day, and GMC trucks weren't built overnight. Like every American achievement, they are a result of dedication. Over 100 years dedicated to the art of engineering and the ambition to always move this country forward. Current eligible GMC owners get 0% APR with a total value of over $11,500 on this Sierra 1500 model. That's 20% below MSRP. Getting older is part of the journey, even with worsening heart failure. So when I had carpal tunnel syndrome, lower back pain, and shortness of breath, I thought that's what getting older felt like. Thank goodness I called my cardiologist. I have ATTR-CM, a rare, serious disease, and getting diagnosed early made a difference. If you have any of these warning signs, don't wait. Ask your cardiologist about ATTR-CM today.
When you can control litter box odor, your cat can have an overwhelming presence in your home. Shrink the stink with Cat Pride. It's lightweight and provides superior instant and long-lasting odor control.
This river wasn't day under the day, and GMC trucks weren't built overnight. Like every American achievement, they are a result of dedication. Over 100 years dedicated to the art of engineering and the ambition to always move this country forward. Current eligible GMC owners get 0% APR with a total value of over $11,500 on this Sierra 1500 model. That's 20% below MSRP.
Early Monday morning, October 19th, 1992, 23-year-old Laura Hoteling was seen leaving her Bethesda, Maryland home, walking to the train station on her way to work. She never arrived. A clue to her disappearance was a peculiar strand of hair found in her hairbrush. Laura Hoteling was an ambitious young woman with a bright future. She had recently graduated from Harvard University and had moved back home with her mother, Penny. Laura worked for a public relations firm in Washington, D.C., and was contemplating law school. On the Saturday before she disappeared, Laura attended the Gold Cup steeplechase horse races in Virginia. When Laura didn't show up for work, a coworker called the house, but there was no answer. Laura's mother was out of town on a business trip. Next, Laura's brother Warren was home. He lived nearby. When he arrived at the house, he found that the back door was unlocked, but there was nothing missing inside.
As time went on, nobody had heard from her. And this was just totally uncharacteristic for her. We checked her bank account, credit cards, checking account. There was nothing there where she had withdrawn money or
that she would have needed to survive somewhere else.
Flyers with Laura's photograph were distributed at the train station in the hope that someone might have seen her. Police also searched the walk-in between the train station and Laura's home, looking for possible clues, but found nothing. When detectives searched Laura's bedroom, they noticed that a fitted sheet and mattress pad were missing from her bed. Laura's mother said that Laura always made her bed before leaving for work. 4 days after Laura Hoteling disappeared, investigators made a grim discovery in the woods near Laura's home. At the base of a tree, they found a bloody pillow and pillowcase.
Immediately, I recognized the pattern on the pillowcase was identical to what I had remembered in seeing in Laura Hoteling's bed a few days earlier.
The blood on the pillowcase was type A, Laura's blood type. A police bloodhound named Sherlock was given some of Laura's clothing to establish her scent. When Sherlock was released from his cage, he went directly to the tree where police had found the bloody pillowcase. The bloodhound followed the scent through a church parking lot, through a residential area, and straight to the back door of Laura Hoteling's home. The dog had a very strong track and actually ran the distance, which indicated to us that he was very, very definitely on scent of Laura Hoteling. Police suspected foul play, but they had no suspects.
We spoke to everyone that we could that had seen Laura or knew Laura within the last year or two, and no one could give us any reason for anyone to do any harm to her, have any harm to come to her.
But police wondered why the bloodhound tracked Laura's scent to her back door when she was seen leaving the front door of her home on the morning she disappeared. Police suspected foul play in the disappearance of 23-year-old Laura Hoteling when a bloody pillow from Laura's bedroom was found in the woods near her home. To find out whether the blood on the pillow belonged to Laura, blood samples were taken from Laura's mother, Penny, and her brother, Warren. Using a DNA test called restriction fragment length polymorphism, or RFLP, scientists concluded that the blood came from a biological offspring of Laura's mother, Penny, and was that of a biological sibling of Laura's brother, Warren. The blood on the pillow was that of Laura Hoteling. Next, scientists used another illuminating test on the mattress to look for blood that may have been cleaned out with water or detergents. Luminol is a chemical compound that reacts with the hemoglobin component in blood, causing it to glow in the dark.
And it works with very minute tracing. And once this begins to glow, you can get a pretty good idea of what the pattern of the blood flow was on a particular area.
This demonstration shows a carpet with a visible blood stain. Next to it, an invisible blood stain that has been cleaned with water and detergent. The tiles with X's are targets used as reference points in the dark. When the luminol is sprayed, within seconds, the invisible blood stains glow. After luminol was sprayed on Laura's mattress, an invisible blood emerged.
The left side of the mattress was giving us no response at all. But when we started spraying the right side of the mattress, we were seeing areas of very intense luminescence. And this proceeded from the headboard all the way down to the foot of the mattress.
Next, forensic scientists examined the hairbrush found on Laura's dresser. They examined over 30 hairs, presumably Laura's hairs. They were all microscopically similar, except one.
So I was scanning through several of the hairs that I recovered from the brush, and all of a sudden one that I looked at, I realized was not a human hair, but in fact was a synthetic fiber.
The fiber was identified as a strand of artificial hair from a wig. Penny Hoagland told police that her daughter never wore a wig and had never owned one.
So now that puts greater value on this particular piece of evidence. Why was a wig fiber in that hairbrush sitting on the dresser from her bedroom?
Forensic examiner Susan Ballou also examined the bloody pillowcase found in the woods. She noticed blood stains that looked like the impression of a knife which had been wiped on the pillowcase. And another blood stain on the pillowcase was different than the rest.
The ridges that I was seeing was different from the weave of the fabric of the pillowcase. They were enough that was consistent with what I was familiar with leaving an impression behind.
It appeared to be some sort of print, but lifting a print from a fabric is difficult. For a closer look, scientists used a protein stain called amido black. Next, a wash solution was applied, followed by distilled water. When the print on the pillowcase was enhanced by the amido black stain, it was identified as a partial thumbprint.
We then sat down with the family, with Laura's brother and her mother, and explained to her that we felt that Laura possibly may have been murdered in the bed based on the amount of blood and based on the circumstances.
10 days after 24-year-old Laura Hoagland disappeared from her Bethesda home, her family tells reporters they believe they know what happened to her.
She was first considered to be a missing person. But now the high-tech equipment that is now available to the police has shown that she died here.
Police now have solid evidence that might lead them to the murderer.
If dogs were influencers, they'd probably review pepperoni treats like,
Getting touched.
Oh my gosh, it ain't Tyler.
smoky, beefy.
Pepperoni is slow cooked for 2.5 hours. Yeah.
But thankfully, dogs are dogs. Treat the best to the best. Pepperoni.
The pepperoni, side of gravy. Of course, ma'am.
If dogs were influencers, they'd probably review pepperoni treats like,
Getting touched.
Oh my gosh, it ain't Tyler.
smoky, beefy.
Pepperoni is slow cooked for 2.5 hours. Yeah.
Thankfully, dogs are dogs. Treat the best to the best. Pepperoni.
The pepperoni, side of gravy. Of course, ma'am.
What's his deal? What's his deal? He got that morphine money deal in the Metro with 1 minute unlimited by for just $40, period. And a rebate phone, and no activation fees, and a flat network, and all that savings only at Metro.
Ho, 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 come on up. We'll take it for you.
English with all the delicious chicken finger options, craveable cane sauce, and ice cold drinks. It was an impossible decision to make.
Hot stop. Good, good. Now we'll get to
I want a kitty here combo with extra cane sauce, no salon, 2 extra toasts, and a half tea athletic.
Now that's an order.
Celebrate the holidays with a classic Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love. Give the greatest gift they'll ever receive with a Raising Cane's gift card.
Although police suspected that Laura Hoagland had been murdered in her bedroom, they were unable to find her body and had no solid leads. Laura's brother Warren told police of an incident he had with a part-time gardener who worked at his mother's home at 9 o'clock. The night after Laura disappeared, Warren was outside his mother's home and saw Hatton Clark driving through the neighborhood. When he attempted to speak with Clark to ask him if he had seen Laura, Clark sped away. 40-year-old Haddon Clark was known to police because of a past arrest for burglary. A few years earlier, Clark had also been a suspect in the investigation of a missing young girl, a case that has never been solved. Clark was born with brain damage and had difficulty throughout his life. He trained as a chef, but had difficulty keeping jobs. He was currently working as a gardener and other odd jobs.
He was at one time in the United States Navy and he was discharged and diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia.
Clark was basically homeless, often sleeping in the back of his truck, which he parked in a church parking lot not far from the woods where the bloody pillow had been found. Clark got into an argument with Penny Hoagland just 1 week before Laura disappeared over some tools Penny said were missing from her tool shed. The Hoaglands also kept a spare house key in the shed. When police researched Clark's financial records, they learned that he had purchased duct tape, braided rope, and nylon cord several days before Laura's disappearance and paid for the items with a personal check. Investigators were alarmed with what they saw written in the memo section. One word: Laura. On the day Laura disappeared, Clark purchased a queen-size sheet from a department store, a size that was too large for the mattress in the back of his truck, but was the same size as Laura's mattress. From Clark's financial records, police also learned that he rented a storage locker in Warwick, Rhode Island, 450 miles away. An employee at the storage unit told police that Clark visited his storage locker 2 days after Laura disappeared. Armed with a warrant, police searched Clark's storage unit and discovered a secret side of Haddon Clark's life.
He had falsies that he would place in the bras. He had bras, he had dresses, he had female shoes, he had female coats, he had wigs, everything that he could wear and look like a female.
Was it that the individual seen leaving the Hoagland's home on the morning of Laura's disappearance wasn't Laura at all, but was in fact Haddon Clark, dressed as Laura? Penny Hoagland told police something about Laura's attire that they hadn't heard before.
Laura never, ever wore slacks. Was a tall girl, and she would wear skirts, dress. She didn't want to accentuate her height by wearing slacks. She never wore slacks. Didn't know what they were slacks.
Fibers from all of the wigs in Clark's storage locker were compared to the wig fiber found on Laura's hairbrush.
It's very easy to remove some of these wigs as being the contributor just from color. Very blonde or other colors were not a possibility since we were dealing with a brown tone as far as the dye goes for this wig fiber. Then doing microscopic exam narrowed it down to one particular wig that was identical in all respects to this particular fiber.
Haddon Clark's wig and the fiber from Laura's hairbrush from her bedroom were sent to the Trace Evidence Unit at the FBI laboratory in Washington, D.C. In their analysis, they used what is called a microspectrophotometer, an instrument that can discern between the 7,000 commercial dyes used in the United States.
It takes a beam of light and it runs it through an optics fiber. And it measures the amount of light that's lost and it passes through that fiber. Light is lost at different wavelengths related to color. So a dark brown fiber will absorb more light than a light brown fiber, and it would absorb different colors of light than, say, a light blue fiber. So we simply measure those differences and plot that on a chart.
Dyes are proprietary and are trademarked by the manufacturer to protect against duplication. The dye from the wig fiber found in Laura's hairbrush was identical to the fibers from Haddon Clark's wig.
It indicated to us that they exhibited the exact same color optically. Therefore, the question fiber was consistent coming from that wig. They were dyed with the same color, the same industry standard.
probably from the same guy Watt.
Finally, police turned their attention to the bloody thumbprint found on a pillowcase in the woods. When they compared it to Hatton Clark's thumbprint, it was a match. Police now knew how Hatton Clark fooled the neighbor and left the crime scene without creating suspicion. But where had he taken Laura's body? Hatton Clark was arrested and charged with first-degree murder in the death of Laura Hoagland. Although her body had never been found, prosecutors hoped that they had enough evidence to convince a jury that Laura Hoagland was in fact dead and that Hatton Clark was the murderer. The first-degree murder trial was set to begin on June 14, 1993, but the trial never took place.
The defendant in the Hoagland case was guilty. So, the plea was the second degree.
Plea bargains, God revealed the prosecutors where he had buried the body. He led them to a shallow grave less than half a mile from Laura's home. It had been 8 months since Laura Hoagland's disappearance.
Big games, big finales, big relief. Get 100 plus channels of live sports, movies, and TV in one place. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime. Find buzzer beaters and cliffhangers in one place. Get 100 plus channels of movies, TV, and live sports. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
This holiday season, turn your what ifs into why nots. Tackling that next summit. Scoring the perfect car day. Venturing into the unknown. At Backcountry, we know that dreaming is where adventure begins. If you can dream it up, we can gear you up. Shop the holiday gift guide now and embark on your next dream adventure. All at backcountry.com.
There was a skeletal part of the body that was sticking out of the ground. The rest of the body was still intact under the ground.
The autopsy report also listed suffocation as a possible cause of death, since Clark told prosecutors that he suffocated her. Clark also admitted using a knife from the kitchen and a pair of scissors, consistent with the blood imprints found on the discarded pillowcase.
When you hold a pair of scissors to these marks, they in fact fall right in line with the outline impression of the marks on the pillow.
Clark did not reveal his motive for killing Laura. Police theorized that Clark was angry over the disagreement he had with Laura's mother over the missing tools from the shed.
Looking into Hatton's background, we found that anytime, especially a female, would cross him in any way, he would retaliate. It's hard to say exactly why, and I don't know if we'll ever know why.
Clark's confession and evidence gathered by the police told prosecutors all they needed to know about what happened to Laura Hoagland in the early hours of October 19, 1992. Captain Clark knew Penny Hoagling was away when he entered the home through the back door sometime after midnight. He picked up a knife from the kitchen and went to Laura's bedroom. He suffocated her with a pillow, and then he stabbed her. Clark used the scissors to remove her earrings, which left a blood impression on the pillowcase, and in that blood, the partial thumbprint uncovered by the amido black stain. There was no blood trail in the house since Clark wrapped the body in bed linens and plastic. While transporting the body to the woods, he accidentally dropped the bloody pillowcase with his thumbprint, later found by police. Before dawn, he returned to clean up as much blood from the mattress as he could, found with the luminol. At daybreak, Clark needed to exit the house without being seen, so he dressed up as Laura. Before leaving, Clark made a second mistake. He used Laura's hairbrush to comb his wig, leaving behind the single fiber linking him and his wig to the murder scene. Later that day, he purchased a replacement bed sheet for Laura's bed. He may have been on his way to replace it when he encountered Laura's brother outside the home the next night. A partial thumbprint and a single wig fiber all mark a grisly tale of murder, madness, and mistaken identity.
Planned it. He knew exactly when he was going to do it, exactly how he was going to do it, and he almost got away with it.
Of course, the bloody fingerprint on the pillowcase, the hair, the wig fiber. But I was impressed with the dog.
This was the only wig fiber that was recovered. If this had been missed or not even examined, it's very doubtful that we would have put together everything that we knew after the fact as to what actually happened on that Monday morning.
Now with the new technologies that are helping us out, it allows an investigator to have new tools to help him find that little tiny bit of evidence that sometimes is there, sometimes it's not, but it is there. Have those tools, able to find a little bit of evidence, makes all the difference in the world and allows you to get people like Captain Clark off the street.
Opioid addiction can be a daily challenge, but it may be possible to get a month of mornings without being reminded of your addiction with long-acting Brixadi. Brixadi with counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction who have been on or started treatment with a dose of oral buprenorphine. Brixadi is a monthly or weekly injection that contains buprenorphine, which can block the rewarding effects of opioids. Brixadi can cause life-threatening reactions and death if injected into a vein. Buprenorphine can cause life-threatening breathing problems or death when used with opioids, benzodiazepines, alcohol, CNS depressants, or street drugs. Get emergency help if faint, dizzy, confused, sleepy, uncoordinated, have blurred vision, slurred speech, or slowed breathing. Don't receive Brixadi if allergic. Other serious side effects include physical dependence or abuse, liver problems, withdrawal, or decreased blood pressure. Common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, constipation, nausea, trouble sleeping, or UTI. Focus on where you're going versus where you've been. Talk to your doctor or visit Brixani.com.
The key to becoming a good cattleman is buying the right cattle at the right price. In the 1980s, one cattleman in Missouri had a unique talent for choosing the very best cattle and paying very little for it. Some of his farmhands, however, paid a very steep price. In Chillicothe, Missouri, the local barber shop is still the place to hear news and swap stories, and even pick a few tunes. It is also the place where farmers still make a living raising cattle and selling them at auction. In the late 1980s, cattle auction houses throughout the state were being swindled. Buyers, who were mostly drifters and transients, would show up, make their purchase, pay by check, and then disappear. The checks were inevitably worthless.
It was odd that several of them would have checks, and then when we went and looked at for them, we couldn't find them. We'd enter them into the computer, but they never showed up.
Many of the buyers had at some point worked on this farm in Morristown, just outside of Chillicothe. The farm was owned by 78-year-old Ray Copeland and his wife Betty.
So it appeared to be just an elderly farm couple that were kind of shy and didn't mix much with the people, but never knew of them, causing any problem here.
The small farm wasn't enough to support the Copelands. They also worked in a factory and later as a motel.
We were just in relationship. I was talking from childhood on. You married, you stayed with him. Husband was the boss, and he was the boss.
But it was a hard life, and the family was poor.
The only shoes we ever had were school shoes too. You'd have to go out there and buck the cow barefooted, and this was included in the wintertime.
When the Copeland children left the farm to pursue their own dreams, Ray looked for farmhands to help work the farm. He was up in age, hard of hearing, and wasn't a great businessman.
Because Ray could not read or write, and with bookkeeping, writing names down where they were at, things like this, he needed somebody to write it down.
To find workers, Ray would go to local homeless missions.
Just ask people if they'd like to go out, make some money and, get paid at the end of the day, or, we can help you
get some finances started. And they go out, get people and help get it started, in a bank.
These men were usually on the run themselves. Many had addictions, family problems, or suffered from mental illness. Most had been arrested for vagrancy, petty theft, or similar offenses. Ray Copeland paid them $50 a day for their labor and also provided room and board.
One of these men who was offered that kind of money and a place to live, especially maybe in a country setting, why, it would be paradise. It would be something, it would be a dream come true for a man like that.
What the men wanted in connection with writing bank checks at cattle auction houses was 27-year-old Dennis Murphy, a drifter from Illinois who for a time had worked for Ray Copeland. In 1986, a sheriff's deputy asked Ray Copeland if he knew Murphy's whereabouts. Copeland said Murphy simply took off one day.
He just took off in the middle of the night. Haven't seen him since. They would leave in the middle of the night, and he didn't know where they went. He said, there again, he said, you have transits over here today and gone tomorrow. And they would just leave.
I understand that's what when Copeland was told Murphy was a thief, he wasn't surprised because he had been swindled too.
I know.
We're looking for him. He wrote some bad checks.
I know. You wrote one to me.
Yeah. Copeland also had a check from Murphy, which had bounced because of insufficient funds. In addition to Murphy, 7 other men were wanted in connection with the cattle auction check scam. None could be located until police received a call from Nebraska. The informant said he knew where Murphy and the other transients had gone. There were 8 men wanted for writing bad checks to cattle auction houses in central Missouri. All had disappeared from the area without a trace. Then police got a telephone call from Jack McCormick, a drifter and small-time conman who at one time had worked on Ray Copeland's farm.
He was a transit. He moved a lot. He had a lot of stories. I think he liked to tell a lot of stories.
You know that my T-Mobile home internet is so good. I think they tell the whole world.
Zach, go right ahead.
T-Mobile's got home internet. T-Mobile's got home internet. It just $35 guaranteed for 5 years.
T-Mobile got home internet just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Your mental health is better. But having uncontrollable body movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia, can feel embarrassing.
I asked my doctor about treating my TD with
Ingrezza. Number 1 prescribed Ingrezza reduced TD movements by greater than 10 times, with most seeing a response as early as 2 weeks. And you can keep taking most mental health meds.
Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden behavior, mood changes, or suicidal thoughts. Don't take Ingrezza if allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially fatal swelling and hives, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and hormone problems. Know how Ingrezza affects you before operating a car or dangerous machinery. Report fever, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these might be life-threatening. Shaking, stiffness, drooling, and trouble with moving or balance may occur.
Taking control starts with asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
Want to get more done with one sheet? Grab Bounty. Bounty is made you stronger and more absorbent. So while ordinary brands can't hold up, one sheet of Bounty keeps working even one way.
Can your big towel do all that? But the Quick and Bigger Up, America's #1 trusted paper towel.
McCormick said he thought he saw some human bones, including a skull, on the Copeland farm. The farm covered 40 acres, including a pond, a barn, fields, and woods. 20 deputies, Chillicothe Police, the State Highway Patrol, and the county coroner all searched the area.
Surveying the property and looking for possible burial sites on the property and possible places where the deaths actually took place.
We had search dogs, night holes, and we punched a lot of holes around the farm. We had really searched this farm, hadn't found a thing, so, you know, you always think, well, maybe this didn't happen.
After 9 days of searching without success, they brought Jack McCormick to the scene.
I asked him, I said, Jack, just point to where these bodies, or where this skull and leg bone was. And he got outside there, kind of beside the barn, looking off down through the pasture. He said, well, really, he said, I didn't see any. He said it could have probably been a dish pan or something.
But a look into Copeland's background showed an interesting coincidence. 20 years earlier, he had been arrested numerous times for the same thing, writing bad checks.
Every time he get arrested, he would call me, come bail him out. I bailed him out of jail quite a few times.
About every 18 months, seemed like his police out there and him being gone for a while. It was common for us as growing up.
But Ray appeared to have settled down because there had been no arrests in the 20 years since. And he had never been arrested for any violent crime. Police soon learned that Copeland worked on some other farms in the area to earn extra money. One was a farm just a few miles away. In the barn, where Copeland worked storing bales of hay, police discovered a shallow grave and the badly decomposed bodies of 3 men lined up head to toe. They had probably been there for 2 or 3 years and were unrecognizable.
They were just wrapped in blankets and an earthen grave is what they were. In this situation, they were in some clay ground, which tends to kind of ward off decomposition because the air doesn't get to it as quickly as it was in, say, a different type of soil.
The 3 men had been killed by a gunshot wound to the head. But there was no evidence linking Ray Copeland or anyone else to the crimes. A few days later, in another nearby barn on the same property, police removed hundreds of bales of hay, and under a floorboard was another body. 6 weeks later, in a nearby well, was yet another body. The man was wearing a belt which said Dennis. But was this Dennis Murphy? And was the killer Ray Copeland?
Why would he do something like that? When we had everything paid for, we didn't owe for nothing. He had truck paid for everything, all machinery, all farm and everything. Why would he turn around and do something like that? If he did.
The bodies of 5 men had been returned from a farm in Missouri. Jack McCormick, former employee of Ray Copeland's farm, told police that Copeland was running a check fraud scheme. He said Copeland gave him a few $100s to open a checking account and told him to use a post office box as his address. Copeland then took McCormick to cattle auctions and sat in the stands, signaling McCormick when to bid on cattle. When he won the bidding, McCormick would pay for the cattle with a check.
And sometimes the check would clear, and then they would kind of have a standing at sale barn and go back the next time and write a larger check. With the pretense that he would make the check good. But the check then, when he got the bank, didn't clear it.
Copeland sold the cattle bought in McCormick's name, and before the check had time to bounce, Copeland confronted McCormick with a gun.
Ray had the pretense of a coon being down in the hole there in the barn. And he wanted Jack to get down with a stick and poke it out the hole. And Jack said when he got down there, he said he was already kind of scared of Ray. But when he got down there, he said he wouldn't take his eyes off Ray. He kept looking up at him. Because Ray had the .22 rifle and supposedly was going to shoot the coon when he poked it out of the hole. I did a good shot. Okay. Jack said he looked up real fast, and then when he looked back, Ray had a rifle pointed at him.
McCormick said he talked Copeland out of shooting him. He promised Copeland he would leave the area and never come back. McCormick fled Missouri, and for 5 months because he feared Copeland would kill him if he ever told anybody about the scam. When investigators searched the Copeland's home, they discovered an old .22 caliber rifle, a full assortment of men's clothing, none of which belonged to Ray Copeland.
Clothes from several different people, of different sizes, shoes, suitcases. There was numerous suitcases in the house. None of it belonged to this family, or these clothes wouldn't fit Ray or Fay Copeland.
And hidden in a camera case was a list of men hired by Ray Copeland to work on the farm. 4 of the names were marked with an X, which corresponded to the 4 who were wanted in connection with passing bank checks. Investigators sent the skulls of the victims to Dr. Ronald Geyer, a forensic odontologist. Dr. Geyer photographed the skulls. He performed a dental examination and took X-rays and created a transparent dental chart for each body.
It takes a neighborhood to feed a neighborhood. Visit unhungry.org and donate to a food bank near you because like Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield.
How's the bird looking? Perfect, good.
Nah, it ain't. It's still in the package.
I know, I'm trying to put this price fix line up. Do I know more or less on Philly quarterback? Definitely more. Yeah, okay, I'll say it. All right, boom. Okay, now I can focus on these other dishes.
You got other dishes?
Yeah, I got potatoes in there. But they kind of doing their own thing. Don't worry about it.
Other than fine.
No, don't worry about it.
The Pick Predict Play. Download today. Get $50 instantly. You play your first $5 line. Prize Fits. It's good to be right.
How's the bird looking? Perfect, good.
Nah, it ain't. It's still in the package.
I know, I'm trying to put this price fix line up. Do I know more or less on Philly quarterback? Definitely more. Yeah, okay, I'll say it. All right, boom. Okay, now I can focus on these other dishes.
You got other dishes?
Yeah, I got potatoes in there. But they kind of doing their own thing. Don't worry about it.
Other than fine.
No, don't worry about it.
The Pick Predict Play. Download today. Get $50 instantly. You play your first $5 line. Prize Fits. It's good to be right.
Problem was the records were old, and And these people had not had criminal in the period of time. The records were made up to the time of their death.
Some of the transients' records were almost 30 years old, and the skulls many, which complicated the comparison.
And then it got down to the point, I think, that somehow we had to look at the bone patterns. I remember one of them had a condyle, the joint, the jaw right up here, that the condyle was misshapen.
That match panoramic temple X-ray belonging to Dennis Murphy, positively identifying the body found in the well. By comparing pre- and post-mortem dental parts, Dr. Geyer identified the other 4 bodies as Wayne Warner, Paul Todd, Jimmy Dale Harvey, and John Freeman. Harvey and Freeman were 3 of the 4 names on the Copeland list marked with an X. Coroner Scott Lindley performed autopsies on all of the bodies and discovered that the cause of death in each case was a gunshot wound to the head from a small caliber gun shot at close range.
If it's a close range, the inside layer of the skull tends to break away or flake away, and there's more cracking and damage to the skull.
And inside the skulls, Lindley found bullets and bullet fragments. Ballistics tests revealed that the lands and grooves on those fragments matched the lands and grooves from Ray Copeland's .22 caliber rifle. Police arrested Ray Copeland as well as the person they believed was his partner in crime.
What surprised me more than anything else was them actually arresting Mom for the same thing.
What role did 68-year-old Faye Copeland play in the murders? Ray Copeland was arrested and charged with the murder of 5 men in what was believed to be a modern-day cattle rustling scheme. They also arrested his wife, Betty.
But I was not with him when he did these bad deeds. I knew nothing about it. And it didn't include me.
While in prison, Faye wrote a letter to her husband assuring him that things would cool down soon. Faye's handwriting matched the handwriting of the list of the missing men. But Faye denied any knowledge of the murders.
I asked him questions. Would it have done me any good if I had put his slapping across the house?
Ray Copeland's long history of violence had previously been hidden from everyone but the Copeland family.
There was one time one of my brothers was scraping the bottom of his oldie that had oatmeal. He didn't like the sound, took a frying pan to it. Myself personally, milking cows, the old cow kicked the duck over, he took a pair of metal cow kickers and beat it for no reason. That was everyday occurrence with him.
Faye and Ray Copeland were each tried separately. These trials were the biggest news to ever hit Livingston County, Missouri. Prosecutors believe that Ray Copeland hired the workers at the homeless mission. He set up each one with a post office box and a checking account and took them to the local cattle auctions. But before the checks could bounce, prosecutors say Ray Copeland would sell the cattle and kill the worker and bury the body.
They were lower than anybody else. They could care less about They were given payroll. They didn't need to be there. They didn't even need to be alive. He had said that last time about transients.
Around forensic tests proved that the men were all killed with Ray Copeland's gun. Ray Copeland was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to death.
Ray deserved it for what he done to the transits and the people all through his life. And he deserved a death sentence.
Faye Copeland denied any involvement in the murders, saying she was an abused wife who only did what she was told.
Back then, I just dropped my head when I had to. I carried bruises, I carried broken bones from him. He was my husband, lately.
I think she had some idea as far as the cattle scam going on, as far as the killings. I don't think so. I hope, pray to God, she didn't.
Find something extraordinary at the Genesis Signature event. Now is the best time to enjoy exclusive offers. So the Paris release the GB70 for $349 per month or get 90% APR exclusively at your Philadelphia area Genesis retailer. Find something extraordinary at the Genesis Signature. Now is the best time to enjoy exclusive offers. Release the GB70 for $349 per month or get 90% APR exclusively at Philadelphia area Genesis retailer.
Yeah.
The list of workers in Faye Copeland's handwriting helped seal the case against her. Faye Copeland was also convicted of murder and was sentenced to death.
That is the only thing I think they convicted her on, was the piece of paper with the name.
Before Ray Copeland could be executed, he died in prison in 1993. In 1999, after 10 years on death row, Faye Copeland's sentence was commuted to life in prison.
Relive on my Bible, wondering, was I to blame? No. So why should I have to pay for something he did? If he did.
Ray and Faye Copeland had much sympathy from the transients who live in the missions on Commercial Street.
So they keep her till she grows. Feelings for people like that at all.
The 8 men on the Copeland's list, Franklin Hudson and Dale Brake, are still missing. Police believe they too were murdered and that their bodies are buried nearby somewhere.
Meeting this morning. Want me to write it down real quick? Well, you have to. I'll try.
A small Canadian farm town made national news when a woman claimed she was raped by her own doctor. DNA tests proved the doctor was innocent. The victim insisted the DNA test was wrong. What does a high school graduate know that the world's top scientists do not? Nestled along Canada's beautiful southwestern prairie is the tiny town of Kipling, Saskatchewan. The population is so sparse, the farm animals outnumber the residents. In a town this size, everyone knows one another.
It's a really quiet farm community with little crime. We may have up to 5 or 6 sexual assaults a year and great connections, but very small.
This is the story of one of those alleged sexual assault cases. It took place on Halloween night in 1992. Depending on whose story you believe, it was either a night of lies and trickery or an unfortunate misunderstanding. A woman we'll call Candy was working at this gas station. Her boyfriend stopped by. They got into an argument. Candy drove to see her girlfriend who worked at the Kipling Memorial Union Hospital. She wasn't there. Candy appeared upset. A nurse suggested she see a doctor. Dr. John Schneeberger was on call that night. He was also Candy's doctor and even delivered her baby. He says Dr. Schneeberger recommended a sedative.
I wasn't really hysterical anymore, but what I told him was that I was so mad at Gary that I felt like killing him. That I didn't actually mean that I was going to go and kill him. I was just describing how angry I was. I had just expected that he would give me a couple pills or something, just to relax my muscle, calm me down.
Instead, Dr. Schneeberger gave Candy a shot. She says she went numb almost immediately.
I had no control over my muscles. It's like all my muscles left, and it was just this piece of jelly falling over. I tried to scream as I was falling over. Nothing would come out except for croaking noise that a frog would make. It was so scary.
Candy isn't exactly sure what happened next, but believes she was raped.
When it just freezes your gums, you can't, and he's pulling your tooth out, you can't feel the pain from the tooth, but what you can feel is pressure of the tooth moving back and forth, and that's the only way I can describe it.
When she regained consciousness alone in the exam room, Candy had the presence of mind to place her underwear in an airtight bag. Candy was too busy to leave the hospital. The nurses insisted she spend the night. She said nothing of the alleged rape. The next day, she confronted Dr. Schneeberger.
I said, how was that drug you gave me last night? And he asked me, why? Did it give you wild dreams? And then I knew that, oh my God,
I was gonna have a hell of a fight on my hands because here now it's already covering up, right?
When Candy was released from the hospital, she spoke briefly with her parents and told them of her suspicions.
You could tell by the look on her face that something terrible had happened to her.
Well, I was really hoping I wasn't. When we saw her, we knew it was.
She then drove to Regina, a town 2 hours drive away, and went to a rape clinic for testing. There they found evidence of semen on her panties, jeans, and on a vaginal swab.
That was part of my reasoning for going for the rape kit, to find out if this really did happen, or am I going nuts? Did my mind play some tricks on me, or what the hell's going on here?
Blood tests also revealed an unusual drug in Candy's system, a drug called Versed.
They use it as a pre-anesthetic agent to induce anesthesia. You start to go and feel the power of your muscles, or if you need to use your muscles, and then you become very tired and sleep.
When Candy wrongly accused Dr. Schneeberger of rape, many residents of Kittling believed Candy was lying. Dr. Schneeberger was a respected member of the community. He had never been accused of anything like this before. Some believed Candy, as a single mother, was either romantically interested in the married doctor, or her motive was to get some sort of financial settlement to end the controversy.
The town looked up to the doctor. He was a good doctor, and he would never do anything like that. It was impossible.
Michael lost 20 pounds with LifeMD.
I've always wanted to lose weight, but I never figured out the right way to do it. I did a cleanse. And I said, I can't do this anymore. I asked a couple buddies, I said, how do I lose this weight? And the guy goes, LifeMD. Got on the computer immediately, and probably the easiest thing I've ever done. The medication comes in the mail, and it's very easy to use. I've been able to live my normal lifestyle, and I've lost 20 pounds already. I now come home, spend time with my kids, and I've never felt that. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility and minutes at getlifemd.com.
Hot dog straight.
Also suspicious was the fact that Candy had said nothing to hospital nurses on the night of the alleged rape.
There were 2 nurses on shift that night. In fact, both of them were in that room, the room that the rape allegedly occurred in, very shortly after. They saw nothing amiss.
To end the controversy, Dr. Schneeberger willingly agreed to give blood for a DNA test. The DNA in the blood drawn from Dr. Schneeberger did not match the biological material from Candy's rape test kit.
And I was in shock again. And I said, no, that's impossible. That's impossible. How can this be?
7 more years would go by before that question was finally answered. When DNA tests showed that Dr. Schneeberger was innocent of the sexual assault on his 20-year-old patient, most people in Kipling tried to put the whole thing behind them. But Candy, the alleged victim, would not let the issue die. All during the next year, she insisted that someone, somehow, tampered with the first DNA test at the hospital. So Dr. Schneeberger agreed to a second DNA test in August of 1993. His blood was drawn by a registered nurse. The test was monitored by the police, and the vials were taken directly to the forensic laboratory at police headquarters.
They watched the needle actually penetrate the doctor's arm.
Once again, Dr. Schneeberger's DNA did not match the DNA on Candy's clothing or the rape test kit.
Of course, I didn't believe them. A lot of other people did believe them. And I guess it's hard, you know, how you got DNA is the new thing and it's supposed to be so right and so perfect.
We knew there was something wrong, that, like, we totally believed her, eh? And we knew he was up to something.
Dr. Schneeberger defended himself by saying the drug he injected into Candy that night in the hospital, Versed, can cause erotic hallucinations.
Versed can account for all sorts of hallucinations, possibly, but it can't produce semen. And according to the complainant, the last time she had had intercourse was weeks before this incident.
With no other evidence, in 1994, the police closed their investigation into this matter.
The doctor has already given 2 samples, and those 2 samples were tested, and they came up as being having a DNA profile, and the profile didn't match the semen that was left at the scene. So now we're stuck. We really can't do anything.
The town of Kipling was not kind at all to Candy.
She hired a private investigator who broke into Dr. Schneeberger's car. On the headrest, he found strands of hair, but there were no roots attached, so they couldn't be used for DNA testing. Also in the car was a tube of lip balm, presumably used by Dr. Schneeberger. At her own expense, Candy asked a private lab to test the epithelial cells on the end of the lip balm. Those epithelial cells would contain enough DNA for testing. And when they did, Candy finally got her first piece of positive news. The DNA from the lip balm matched the DNA from Candy's rape test kit.
I knew it all along. It wasn't a shock that something was going to match, but it was a bit of relief because at least we had that to prove to the police.
But there were 2 problems. First, there was no proof that the cells were Dr. Schneeberger's. Second, the evidence couldn't be used in court since the investigator broke into the car without a warrant. But if the cells on the lip balm were those of Dr. Schneeberger, why did the DNA from his lips differ from his blood sample? To find out, Candy filed a civil suit against Dr. Schneeberger and brought charges against him with the local medical society. The hearing, Candy sat directly across from Dr. Schneeberger's wife.
If looks could kill, I would have been dead. Lisa was sitting across the table from me, and she just sat there with her arms crossed, just glaring at me like, "You little bitch, you are ruining our lives." And I just sat in my chair thinking, "Oh my God, you're so stupid," you know? You are so stupid, and if you don't watch it, it's gonna happen to your kids too.
All of this pressure prompted Dr. Dr. Schneeberger to agree to DNA test. This time, the procedure was videotaped by police and performed at their forensics lab. The doctor appears friendly and helpful. The technician wants to take blood from his finger, but the doctor politely refuses, saying he has a disease that would cause his hands to bruise.
We usually take the sample, we don't need much blood.
Since this is a voluntary test, the doctor can't be forced to do anything against his will. So the technician inserts a needle into his left arm instead. Nothing comes out.
The vein was larger, or appeared much larger than I would have expected. I thought that was low.
She tries another tube, but still has trouble.
Sometimes the vacuum is poor and then it would not pull the blood out of the individual's arm.
Eventually, she was able to extract a sample. Afterwards, the nurse was puzzled. And the lab determined that the sample was too degraded for DNA testing. Police broke the news to Candy.
And I'm like, oh my God, whatever, like, that's bullshit. This is our last chance to get blood from him, and you guys screwed up again.
Many people diagnosed as HER2 negative may actually have HER2 low metastatic breast cancer. That's why I dug a little deeper, asked my doctor questions, and wanted another look.
I feel in control now because I learned about Enhertu.
Enhertu is for adults who have HR positive, HER2 low, or HR positive, HER2 ultra low breast cancer that cannot be removed by surgery or is metastatic, and who have received one or more hormone treatments for metastatic disease. Enhertu is a targeted therapy that specifically targets HER2 on cancer cells. Enhertu helps people live longer without their cancer growing or spreading compared to chemotherapy. Your doctor will do tests to ensure Enhertu is right for you. Enhertu can cause serious side effects, like lung problems that may lead to death, low white blood cell counts that are common and sometimes severe, and problems with your heart pump and blood. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening shortness of breath, trouble breathing, signs of infection, cough, fever, chills, feeling tired, swelling of ankles or legs, irregular heartbeat, sudden weight gain, dizziness, or loss of consciousness. Enhertu can harm your unborn baby. Talk to your doctor about pregnancy, breastfeeding, and effective birth control. Ask about other side effects. With Enhertu,
I've been holding on to all that it's made.
Magical. Mine. Sure, metastatic breast cancer will try to take it all, but not today. Ask your doctor if you have low levels of HER2, because Enhertu may be right for you.
That's why the Homes.com network just hit 100 million visitors to join a party now with a go-to site for home shoppers.
Yeah, I think that's a little over the top.
Over the top. 100 million, Marcy, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we get that every month.
Excuse me?
What are you gonna do, throw a party every month?
Everybody! I'm gonna change the song. Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Even the police were suspicious when DNA from Dr. Schneeberger's lip balm matched the DNA from Candy's rape test kit. But since Dr. Schneeberger had passed 2 prior blood DNA tests, officials were hesitant to charge him.
Because of his submitting voluntarily to a DNA sample, it gave him the out that it wasn't me. There's a DNA sample showing it is not. The only person who had an opportunity, limited as it was her doctor. But we believed in the DNA testing. I mean, we believed in the science of DNA.
They have to follow the rules of the Canadian justice system. I call it the Canadian criminal system. Because that's basically what it is. The criminals that have all the rights.
On April 25th, 1997, 5 years after the alleged rape, police got a break. Stark New information was discovered inside the doctor's own home. Schneeberger's stepdaughter, his wife's biological child, claimed that the doctor assaulted her too. For several years, the youngster says her stepfather had been coming into her room at night and giving her injections. His wife discovered a box full of condoms, needles, and drugs, including Versed, in the doctor's home office.
I blame myself. I still blame myself. I screamed, I bawled, I was pretty disgusted because all of these years, I mean, I'm fighting to get the truth out, but also to make sure that it didn't happen to anybody else.
Dr. John Schneeberger was arrested and ordered to undergo yet another DNA test. Again, the procedure was videotaped.
Also advised you that you have a warrant.
The doctor was withdrawn and silent. Police took several samples: hair, saliva, then blood. Taken from his finger, not his arm. And this time, a surprise. DNA from all three samples matched DNA found on Candy's vaginal swab.
Oh, that was wonderful. That was what I had wanted all along. I mean, I could even offer to go chop an arm off. I would have socked him one in the nose to get that blood, no problem.
It was quite a happy day because we knew we had it. Candy was right, and everybody else that didn't believe it was wrong.
But a big question remained unanswered. Did Dr. Schneeberger fool the previous blood DNA tests?
It was a puzzle. How little samples had come to be different than the last finger. Even if we knew there was something different, there was no way that we could prove anything.
Especially since the nurses and police all witnessed the needle being inserted into Dr. Schneeberger's arm while the blood was drawn. On the stand, Dr. Schneeberger would reveal his secret. In November of 1999, Dr. John Schneeberger went on trial in Saskatchewan for the rape of his patient Candy and his own stepdaughter. On the witness stand, he said he surgically inserted a plastic tube under the skin into his left arm, filled with blood of his patients. This is why he insisted that the blood be drawn from his left arm rather than anywhere else. If you look closely at the videotape of that blood test, you'll see that the doctor is careful to pull his sleeve only so high so as not to reveal the incision where he inserted the tube. And for a brief moment, you can see the tube protruding from his arm. But by the time the third test was done, 5 years after the rape accusation, the blood in the tube was old and dark, which explains why the technician was suspicious. Dr. Schneeberger, however, denied raping Candy. He claims Candy broke into his home, stole a used condom, and used that biological sample to frame him. He said he used his patient's blood for the DNA test because he had no other way to defend himself.
When that came up at trial that he thought Candy broke into his house and stole samples or whatever, it was laughable. It was absolutely laughable. He just had to grasp it, straw like that. It's just laughable.
I was a bulldog on the stand. I kicked his lawyer ass. And he's supposed to be the lawyer and his southern staff, but that's his vice lawyer. I showed him who was boss.
When you run from strong individuals, sometimes strong-willed individuals are right, and sometimes they're wrong. This particular strong-willed person was right, and she was right all along, and she was determined to see that what happened to her didn't happen to anyone else. This would be right up her own top as far as being the most bizarre, the most involved,
and involving all forensic evidence here. But in case I Dr. Schneeberger was found guilty of sexually assaulting Candy as well as drugging her and obstructing justice. He was also convicted of sexually assaulting his stepdaughter, was sentenced to 6 years in prison.
What you looking at, babe?
Cars, on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more.
2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
Should we sell the car and get something bigger?
Yeah, we can do both on cars.com.
No, what if it's twice? What if it's two good ones?
Are you freaking out?
I got this.
Cars.com. Where to next?
What you looking at, babe? What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more.
2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
What you looking at, babe?
Cars, on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more.
2 million cars for 2 million possibilities. Cars.com. Where to next?
Should we sell the car and get something bigger?
Yeah, we can do both on cars.com.
No, what if it's twice? What if it's two good ones?
Are you freaking out?
I got this.
Cars.com. Where to next?
Should we sell the car and get something bigger?
Yeah, we can do both on cars.com.
No, what if it's twice? What if it's two good ones?
Are you freaking out?
I got this.
Cars.com. Where to next?
Obtengo una gran oferta en un nuevo Honda. Ahora puedes conducir con características de alta tecnología y la confianza de siempre. Obtén increíble valor de la marca de mejor valor según Healthy to Work. Apresúrate, vemos tu concesionario Honda.
I'm so proud of Candy. If it was me, I don't know if I could handle the whole, everything that she went through. It was just, the test came back negative and she had to fight, and it was just a constant battle.
While taping this interview, Candy received a telephone call in which she learned Dr. Schneeberger had been denied parole.
That's so exciting. He lost both of his chances to get out for day parole and full parole. Oh my God. Isn't that great? Woo! Anyway, I was so worried that he was going to get out and everybody was going to fall for his lies and bullshit again, but they didn't. They didn't. They're smarter than the rest. Oh my God. Do you guys know how exciting this is for me? It's like celebration.
You have to remember that the DNA also led us off path. So while I lecture on this particular case to younger police officers, I say to them, remember the DNA does give you something, but it has to be supported with cooperative evidence.
It was very frustrating not being able to have all the answers. It finally did come together after 7 years and 24 days. Two friends back on a summer afternoon ski shooting in rural Pennsylvania. Only one returned home. The other determined to be an accident. What happened that day sent shockwaves through a small town and launched a mystery that would take 20 years to solve. Montrose is a quiet rural area in the northeastern corner of Pennsylvania. It's a small, close-knit community with stately homes, one traffic light, and a courthouse that dominates the town square. In 1976, Montrose was home to 30-year-old Martin Dillon, his wife Pat, and their 2 young children.
Marty Dillon was a very popular man in town, and his father was the local mayor, and everybody knew him and really liked him.
On June 2nd, 1976, Martin Dillon left work early to go skeet shooting at his family's hunting camp, a secluded place called Gunsmoke. His good friend, Dr. Stephen Scher, went along. Stephen Scher was one of the town's doctors and a close personal friend of the Dillons. Martin asked some other friends to go with him that day, but they all had other plans.
And I said, Marty, I can't come out. I said, I got just so much going on, I just can't get away. And he, I just didn't.
A few hours later, Martin Dillon lay dead.
Martin Dillon was laying on his back, his arms outstretched, his leg pigeons under the room itself was dead center of the chest, right at the heart, from the stick.
Dillon's ear protectors and sunglasses were lying on the ground near his body. The shoelace of his right boot was untied. Dr. Scher told police that he and Dillon were headed towards the cabin when Dillon spotted a porcupine, grabbed Scher's loaded shotgun, and ran to shoot it. Scher said Dillon apparently tripped over his shoelace and fell on his gun, which went off accidentally, blasting a hole into his chest. Scher attempted to perform CPR. Then went next door to get a neighbor.
My gun ready.
He smashed the shotgun against the tree in a fit of rage, saying the gun would never kill anyone again. State Policeman Frank Zanen took the photographs of the scene.
He was running from where? Down the path, he ran up the path, here after a porcupine. And I said, well, this doesn't make sense because his bootlaces are untied. He said, yeah, that's where he tripped over. I said, no, take a look. I said, the boot itself is tight to the leg. I said, if he had been running, that boot would have been wide open.
And Zanen was concerned about another part of the story.
Well, he said, when you roll him over, he tried to perform CPR. CPR. I said, the hole right through his heart. I said, it's dead center in the chest. I said, he's a doctor. With no CPR, he's dead.
Martin Dillon's body was taken to the county morgue in the basement of a funeral home in Montrose. On the death certificate, the coroner, who was a political appointee, ruled the matter of death accident. The funeral took place in the same church where Martin Dillon was married. Dr. Scher was one of his pallbearers. For Martin Dillon's father, Larry, sadness was overshadowed by suspicion and doubt. He did not believe his only son's death was an accident. A few months after the shooting death of Martin Dillon, Dr. Stephen Scher divorced his wife, Anne. Some said it was the stress of the death of his best friend. Others said trouble had been brewing between Scher and his wife for some time. Either way, Stephen Scher moved from the small town of Montrose, Pennsylvania, and eventually settled in North Carolina. A year and a half later, Stephen Scher remarried his new wife, Pat Dillon, the widow of his best friend, Martinsville. When Larry Dillon learned that his daughter-in-law and his 2 grandchildren were moving in with the only witness to his son's death, he grew increasingly suspicious. He questioned the conclusions of his son's autopsy, which was done by a family doctor who was not trained in forensic medicine. So Larry Dillon went to visit this man, Stu Bennett, a friend of his son's and a former police officer who was running a small company in Montrose specializing in accident reconstruction.
He felt that he was murdered. He did not tell me specifically why. He couldn't. He just felt in the heart that it was not the way it was reported was correct.
Bennett studied the autopsy photos and read the report. The first thing he noticed was that Dillon's wound was 1 inch by 1.5 inches in size, but the internal diameter of a 16-gauge shotgun is 5/8 of an inch. A contact wound made by that gun would be the same size, 5/8 of an inch, and not any larger. To find out for sure, Stu Bennett conducted an experiment. He stretched some pig skin over a mannequin and used the same makeup model 16-gauge shotgun with the same ammunition used in the accident. In order to create a wound the same size, the gun had to be 3 to 5 feet away from the pig skin.
Now, when I say the fire was 3 to 5 feet away, I'm talking about the end of the barrel, where the shell actually comes out. Now you have another 40 inches, 36 to 40 inches to the trigger housing itself. So now you're up to 6 feet away, between 5 and 6 feet away from the trigger housing to discharge the fire, which means that you'd have to employ a stick or some other type of string to have the discharge.
And there was no gunpowder residue on Dillon's shirt, which would have been present if it had been a contact wound. And there was no blood from the wound found on the shotgun barrel. Stu Bennett suspected homicide and shared his feelings with Larry Dillon.
It didn't surprise him. The family broke down and cried.
And the Dillons, like others in the small town of Montrose, began to hear rumors that Dr. Schur and Martin Dillon's wife, Pat, were having a sexual affair before Martin's death. Dillon had been a nurse at Montrose General Hospital, the same hospital where Dr. Schur practiced.
There were rumors going on with employees in the hospital with open correction, that sort of thing going on.
That's the spirit. That's why the Homes.com network just hit 100 million visitors to join a party now with a go-to site for home shoppers.
Yeah, I think that's a little lower than top.
100 million, Marcy, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, we get that every month.
Excuse me?
What are you gonna do? Throw a party every month?
Change the song. Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Style or substance. Somehow it became one or the other. But there is another choice. No stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra. Northern eligible GMC lessees can get this low mileage lease on this Sierra Elevation for around $299 a month. We are professional grade.
What are you doing up there? I'm just posting the number of visitors to the Homes.com network this month. It's become the go-to home shopping site.
Another 14,000.
What? Gotta go back up. Homes.com, the place to find a place.
Maria Epimenides described this clandestine relationship in her book, Secrets from the Grave.
They just didn't seem to care. They didn't care if anyone knew, if anyone saw them. When they were caught, they just sort of just went back to their work, and, you know, it would just happen again.
Seasons passed, then years. And in time, law enforcement agencies moved on to other cases. But questions remained. What really happened at Gunsmoke that day in June of 1976? For almost 20 years, those questions remain unanswered. Martin Dillon's parents never gave up their fight to have their son's death re-investigation. They were convinced that the autopsy was incomplete and the manner of death incorrect. The state police who photographed the accident scene agreed with the Dillons and was never convinced it was an accident.
Very frustrating when people know something's wrong. Back then, the state police, well, the state police have been for 28 years, but they have, back then especially, a philosophy where it is if you have less time on the job than another man, you don't know anything, right? Senior man always ruled.
In 1991, 14 years after the accident, Frank Zaman and others helped convince the state police to send the evidence to the FBI lab in Washington, D.C. And they also sent the evidence to this man, Herbert McDonald, an expert in blood spatter. The first thing he analyzed were the boots Dr. Schur was wearing on the day of the accident. Dr. Schur said he was 150 feet away from where Dillon tripped, fell, and accidentally shot himself in the chest. But on Dr. Schur's boots, McDonald discovered a very fine mist of blood, which he identified as high velocity impact spatter.
High velocity impact spatter results when something such as a bullet or shotgun pellet strike a source of blood, like the body. As a result, the energy breaks up blood into very small spots. The little droplets are almost atoms or vapor.
High velocity impact spatter was also found on the side of the tree stump closest to Dillon's body and on the instep of Martin Dillon's left shoe. This indicated that Dillon was squatting near the tree stump when he was shot, not running after a porcupine. Forensic pathologist Dr. Isidore Mihalikis was also asked to look at the evidence. He noticed another inconsistency in the photograph of Dillon's body. The legs of his trousers were pulled up, exposing his socks,
indicating that somehow he had been either in a seated or in a squatting position. Otherwise, why would the cuts right up?
Dr. Mihalikis also noticed what is called scalloping on the edges of the gunshot, evidence that the shot cuts had started to spread as they traveled through the air before striking the skin. Scalloping does not occur around the contact wound. Once the Dillons heard of this new information, they filed a petition to exhume their son's body for a second autopsy. This time, Dr. Mihalikis performed the autopsy. Dr. Mihalikis discovered that the direction of the wound track was in a downward direction at a 45-degree angle. The shot came from the right of Martin Dillon and went through Dillon's heart and left lung.
The wound track is wrong if the gun had dropped and then shot him. You would either have a perfectly backward or an upward wound track. Here, this was sharply downward and very angulated from right to left.
Authorities could no longer ignore the evidence, and on June 26, 1995, Martin Dillon's death was formally declared a homicide. The next day, Dr. Stephen Schur and his wife Pat returned to Pennsylvania to hold a news conference. Sure told reporters he was innocent and still maintained that Dillon was chasing a porcupine and fell, accidentally shooting himself in the chest.
The last I saw Marty Dillon alive, he was moving away from me at the end of this trail, towards where we had just been. And I just waited there for him to come back or to tell me to do something else. So I heard a click and a shotgun blast. And I think I yelled out, "You couldn't hit the broadside of the barn," teasingly, and then nothing.
Steve is not capable of the things that you accused him of. I've known him and lived with him for 17 years. He's not capable of this.
Is it true that you two had an affair?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
They got a murder case. They had 19 years to investigate it. They had investigators, all the state police, they had their autopsy and everything else. They moved next. We challenged him. The challenge was accepted. Dr. Stephen Scher was arrested and charged with the murder of Martin Dillon. 2 decades after his death, Martin Dillon would finally get his day in court. 21 years after the shooting death of Martin Dillon, Stephen Scher sat in a courtroom on trial for the murder of his former friend. According to the prosecution, Martin Dillon knew that Scher was having an affair with his wife and told him that day while skeet shooting that he had talked it over with his wife Pat and that she agreed to end her affair with Scher.
Shear would not accept this, but Shear was obsessed. And he said to himself, it's not going to be this way. It's not going to be this way. I'm going to get what I want one way or another. And you have to die.
Great stuff. Yeah, still get
While Martin Dillon was reloading the machine with clay pigeons,
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. Building on my progress without starting over, weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Don't see more of the light inside.
When you're in severe asthma says you can't, Tezspire says you can. Tezspire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that treats your type of severe asthma to help you prevent attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tezspire is not a rescue medication. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Get help for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, trouble breathing. Rash or eye allergies can happen. Don't stop asthma treatments without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Avoid live vaccines. Sore throat, joint, back pain may occur. By helping control your asthma, Tezspire lets you be you. Ask your asthma specialist for Tezspire by name.
Stephen Scher placed special ammunition into his gun, moved to within 5 feet and fired a single shot into the center of his chest. The shot entered Dylan's chest at a 45-degree downward angle directly into his heart. The blast caused high-velocity impact spatter to land on Scher's boots and onto the side of the tree stump nearest to Dylan's body. Scher then removed Dylan's ear protectors and sunglasses and untied his shoelace, making it appear that Dylan tripped and fell. Scher then invented the story about Dylan running after a porcupine with his gun. When Scher returned to the scene with the neighbor, he picked up the gun and smashed it against a tree in a public display of grief. In court, Dr. Scher learned of the forensic evidence against him. He changed his 21-year-old story. He finally admitted that he had been having an affair with Dylan's wife, Patty, the accident. He also admitted fabricating the porcupine story, but he still claimed Martin Dillon's death had been an accident. Scher said he and Martin argued over the affair. There was a scuffle. The gun went off accidentally. Scher said he didn't think anyone would believe him, so he staged the accident scene and made up a story about the porcupine. But prosecutors didn't believe this new version either.
The only reason he put himself in proximity to the deceased at the time was because of the overwhelming evidence we had of the blood spatter on his boots.
The angle and direction of the wound track, the hiked up trousers with the sock showing, and the size and location of the blood spatter all pointed to only one conclusion: that Martin Dillon, while kneeling near the tree stump from approximately 5 feet away, was murdered. The motive? Stephen Scher wanted Pat Dillon all to himself.
He had essentially been done. Pat Dillon said, "No, I'm staying with my husband. I'm not leaving him. I'm not divorcing him."
Martin Dillon's children, whom Dr. Scher had raised since they were small, stood solidly behind their stepfather during the trial, even contributing a part of their father's life insurance proceeds for his defense. But the forensic evidence was too great. The jury convicted Dr. Stephen Scher of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole.
It's a case in which originally somebody took somebody's word and believed it and did not look any further, and there was no in-depth investigation done at that particular time.
The Dillons had some peace of mind. That's what really I wanted to see, was the Dillons relieved of the burden that had been hanging on their shoulders for all those years. And I was happy for them.
The verdict was a long-fought victory for the parents of Martin Dillon.
Larry, what kind of questions were your mind when the first degree verdict came back? Were you thinking of Marty? Yes. Well, figured he did it for him.
After Dr. Scher spent 20 months in prison, the Pennsylvania Superior Court overturned his conviction. A judge said the state's 20-year pre-arrest delay caused substantial prejudice to his right to a fair trial. In 2002, that decision was overturned. Dr. Scher was retried in March of 2008. A jury deliberated just 2 hours before finding him guilty yet again. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars.
Find buzzer beaters and cliffhangers in one place. Get 100 plus channels of movies, TV, and live sports. YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
As it was, people came together. It's just what we do.
This is a nightmare.
Hey, that's your nightmare? Some roof damage? I'm a professional. I deal with real nightmares. You just need to sing the State Farm jingles.
State Farm can help with your plane. We're here when you need us.
Great. Can you get rid of it?
Ooh, we got it. Wait.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. It's a personal price plan deal. If you bundle home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you. Bundle and save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. It's a personal price plan deal. If you bundle home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you. Bundle and save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is a nightmare.
Hey, that's your nightmare? Some roof damage? I'm a professional. I deal with real nightmares. You just need to sing the State Farm jingles.
State Farm can help with your plane. We're here when you need us.
Great. Can you get rid of it?
Ooh, we got it. Wait.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
In 1996, two young boys fishing in an Ohio lake found what looked like a human skull. All of its teeth were missing, and markings on the skull told a tale of unspeakable violence. Police had no idea who this person was or how long the skull had been in the water. Hamilton, Ohio is an industrial city of about 62,000 people in the southwestern part of the state. It's an area blessed with natural beauty. Residents enjoy the many rivers, streams, and lakes that dot the landscape. On August 7, 1996, 12-year-old Tim Lyons and his friend T.J. Dijon headed to Linden Lake for an afternoon of fishing. But instead of a bluegill or catfish, the boys reeled in what looked like a skull.
Village, find somebody's head down there that you're just fishing, mind your own business, and you reel in somebody's head. They're just unbelievable.
The boys left the skull on the bank, uncertain of what to do.
I know my mom did. They didn't believe me. They thought I was just goofing off. Like a whole day before we went back down there and it was still there.
This time, the boys contacted the police.
First time down there was pretty much a prick. He came down there and we were showing and everything. He threw a rock at it and said, yeah, it's real. And they got to open up a big investigation. Just kept on and on. Like we did something wrong. 20 minutes later, the whole police force was down there. And they had boats and everything. People scuba diving down there searching for other clues. It's
crazy. Not for me.
The police scuba divers could not find any other body parts in the lake, and the search of the immediate area was also fruitless. The local coroner examined the skull and determined that the individual hadn't been in the lake long, perhaps only a few weeks, because there was still some soft tissue clinging to it. But investigators were faced with a mystery.
You know, when we have a skull turn up, what does that tell you? It doesn't really tell you a whole lot. It could be that somebody robbed a grave out in the country and then got rid of parts of the body. It could be a homeless person who passed away and part of the remains got dragged, an animal, a varmint, dragged part of the remains someplace. So it doesn't really tell you that there's a homicide or foul play.
Who was this person? How did he or she die? And where was the rest of the body? To assist in the identification, the coroner sent the skull to the College of Mount St. Joseph outside Cincinnati to Dr. Beth Murray, one of only 63 board-certified forensic anthropologists in the United States.
This case was one of the most challenging, fascinating, personally rewarding, but also at the same time personally terrifying cases that I think I've worked.
Dr. Murray noticed a deep indentation on the top of the skull, which suggested the killer used a machete or a cleaver on the top of the victim's head. And Dr. Murray found other cuts and scratches all over the skull.
And they were signs of trying to get the flesh off of the skull. And it gave me chills to realize that someone had sat with this skull in their hands and defleshed it.
This skull had a nose cavity indicative of a Caucasian. A battery of nearly 24 measurements fed into a computer program confirmed this was the skull of a woman. Dr. Murray estimated that the victim was under 35 years of age.
The sutures of the skull, the lines where the individual skull bones knit together, those were still very open, and they typically will tend to close with age.
Evidence suggested someone had used many different types of tools in an extraordinary effort to conceal the woman's identity. A series of jagged parallel marks indicated a serrated knife the size of a kitchen steak knife had been dragged along the sides of the skull. Marks on the cheekbones indicated the jaw had been forcefully removed with a small single-edged blade like a pocket knife. And there were several puncture wounds in the eye sockets, an indication that the killer removed the victim's eyes. The teeth were also missing. In the upper jaw was a broken tooth root, which told Dr. Murray that the teeth had been deliberately pulled.
And when you held the skull at just the right angle, you could see that the weapon that was used was a needle-nose pliers. You could actually see marks in the bone where the pliers had been inserted and the teeth snapped out.
Dr. Murray hesitated to tell homicide investigators about her suspicions.
And I thought, they're not going to believe me. And we're not going to believe that this is true. And so I took the skull to 2 other experts before I made that phone call, because I had never seen anything like this before in my life.
This river wasn't dammed in a day, and GMC trucks weren't built overnight. Like every American achievement, they are a result of dedication. Over 100 years dedicated to the art of engineering and the ambition to own this country forward. Multiple GMC owners get 0% APR with a total value of $11,500 this year, $1,500. That's 20% below MSRP.
It would be the most difficult murder investigation local officials have ever encountered. Although investigators viewed the skull found in Linden Lake was that of a Caucasian woman under the age of 35, they knew nothing else. Marks found on the skull indicated that the flesh had been removed as had her teeth in an attempt to hide the woman's identity.
I think a lot of criminals try to hide their crime and conceal their activity. It's almost expected, but I've never seen anybody go to this length of activity to conceal a crime.
Hamilton police discovered that only 4 individuals had recently been reported missing. One was 21-year-old Tina Mott, reported missing just 2 months before the skull was found in the lake. Tina Mott was the single mother of an 18-month-old son, John. She had been living here on a quiet residential street in an upstairs apartment with her 24-year-old boyfriend, Tim Bradford. Tina Mott was originally from New York. She met her boyfriend, Tim, while she was selling magazines door to door. They settled in Tim's hometown of Hamilton, where Tina worked as a clerk at a local store. Tim was a framer at this art shop.
He was in his mid-20s, so he pretty much enjoyed doing the things that people in their mid-20s like to do. Go out, hang out with friends, go to concerts, things like that.
When questioned by police, Tim said that Tina had gone back to New York to visit her family and left the baby behind. Police soon discovered that Tina Mott never reached New York. Tina was reported missing not by her family, but Tim's mother, Elizabeth Bradford.
So at first she didn't really think anything about it, but then when she started calling New York to see if she was up there, and she wasn't. She knew she wasn't away on her own will because she knew she wouldn't leave the baby alone.
Elizabeth Bradford also told police she was afraid of her son and his temper. Armed with a warrant, police searched the storage locker Bradford rented shortly after Tina disappeared. Inside, they found this set of 19 kitchen knives with small, medium, and large serrated blades. Police also found a book on how to kill with your bare hands and a notebook on satanic rituals. Tim Bradford's mother told police her son practiced devil worship. Also suspicious was Tim Bradford's behavior during Tina's disappearance. An ATM security camera captured pictures showing Tim Bradford withdrawing money from Tina Mott's bank account after she disappeared. Investigators also learned that Tim Bradford occasionally used drugs.
We know from some statements that Tina supposedly had told people she worked with that she was afraid of Tim because of his drug usage. Now, I'm speculating here, but I think what that means is that when he's using drugs, his violent temper is a little bit more flammable. You know, that he erupts a little bit quicker, has a shorter fuse, and maybe that's why she's afraid of him.
Next, police searched the couple's apartment. Inside, they conducted a luminol test. The chemical is sprayed on the surface. It can reveal blood that has been cleaned up with water and detergents. Living room carpet. Investigators found an area believed to be human blood. They also found blood on the back room floor, in the crevice between the floor and the tub, and also near the toilet. Police suspected the Linden Lake skull was that of Tina Mott, but they They needed scientific proof to be certain. When a human skull was recovered from Linden Lake in Ohio, investigators needed to find some forensic technique to make a conclusive identification. The most effective means of identification is by analyzing the teeth of the victim and comparing those to known dental x-rays, since no two sets of teeth are exactly alike. But in this case, the lower jaw of the skull was missing. The upper teeth had all been pulled. Another method of identification is called skull photograph superimposition. An anthropologist takes a photograph of the skull, then superimposes it over a photograph of the missing person in hopes of matching the facial characteristics. Other techniques attempt to put a face on the skull by using facial reconstruction and forensic sculpture. Forensic anthropologists have had only a 70% success rate with these techniques because features like the eyelids, the mouth, lips, and ears are not necessarily indicated by the shape of the skull. It's a technique usually used when all other means of identification have failed. But in the case of the Linden Lake skull, scientists got a genetic break. They discovered that the killer removed all but 2 of the wisdom teeth, which had been embedded in the gum, which the killer may not have seen.
When the perpetrator pulled the teeth, he didn't realize that those molars were up underneath the gum line. So those were protected and preserved.
Dr. Murray extracted tooth pulp from the wisdom teeth and sent it for DNA testing, along with a blood sample from Tina's 18-month-old son. But scientists could not obtain a usable DNA profile from the tooth pulp.
It's possible that the reason is that the teeth were still unformed. And when teeth are still forming, their roots are open cavities.
It was also possible that tiny single-cell microorganisms in the lake called diatoms damaged or altered the cells in the tooth pulp.
Ho, 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 come on up. We'll take it for you.
My mind was racing with all the delicious chicken finger options, craveable cane sauce, and ice cold drinks. It was an impossible decision to make.
How about a hot stop? Good, good. Now what can I get for you?
I want a kitty and combo with extra cane sauce, no slaw, 2 extra toasts, and a half sweet tea, half lemon.
Now that's an order.
Celebrate the holidays with a classic Raising Cane's chicken fingers, one love. Give the greatest gift they'll ever receive with a Raising Cane's gift card.
As a last resort, Dr. Murray tried to extract DNA from the skull itself with a surgical drill. She carefully removed 6 bone samples from the thickest part of the skull.
With sterile techniques, The middle section of that core that I took out had never touched anything but that sterile drill.
The skull bone fragments were sent for mitochondrial DNA testing, which is used in cases where the biological sample is either degraded or small in quantity.
And mitochondrial DNA is unique because it's passed through the maternal bloodline. You receive it only from your mother. So any maternal relative you have can be tested against the sample.
Mitochondria are found in the cell cytoplasm outside the nucleus. Each cell contains hundreds of mitochondria. Scientists have isolated 2 regions of the mitochondrial DNA where differences within the human population appear.
And they will look for exact matches between the mitochondrial DNA in the sample they have and maternal blood relatives that they have.
The mitochondrial DNA from the skull was the same as the mitochondrial DNA from 18-month-old Johnny Mott, which meant the skull was that of his mother, Tina. And one of the long knives found in the storage shed rented by Tina's live-in boyfriend tested positive for human protein. With this news, police brought Tim Bradford in for questioning once more.
Asking if he knew how to hunt, yes. Did you know how to dissect an animal and skin it, prepare it for food? Yes. How to dispose of the internals of an animal? Yes. He learned that all through his childhood with upbringing.
Tim Bradford told police a story of almost unspeakable violence and horror. It was the story of Tina Mott's last moments alive. When DNA testing concluded that the Linden Lake skull was at Tina Mott, police confronted her live-in boyfriend, Tim Bradford, with the forensic evidence against him. After several hours, Bradford confessed. Bradford led investigators to a nature preserve less than a mile from where the couple lived. And in the deep brush were Tina's bones scattered throughout the area. After 14 months, animals had gotten to the remains, and only about half of Tina's body was recovered. Every bone found had been cut, either by a hacksaw or a knife. Tim said that on the night of the murder, he and Tina were playing a game of Monopoly. Bradford admitted using drugs that night. At some point, the couple got into an argument. Timber flared, and Tim admitted hitting Tina, bloodying her nose. Tina went to the bathroom to clean up. Bradford said he started to put away the fishing gear he had used earlier in the day. Bradford said Tina came running out of the bathroom to continue the argument. Bradford said he had a fish fillet knife in his hand, and in the ensuing scuffle, Tim admitted that he slit Tina's throat. Bradford said he left the apartment, and when he returned, Tina's lifeless body was in the bathtub. How she got there was a mystery to him. Bradford said he worked through the night to dismember the body. He flushed her internal organs down the toilet.
It's unbelievable. Human can do this to another human that he loved and fathered a child with.
Bradford admitted using each of the 19 kitchen knives in the process. Bradford confirmed using needle-nose pliers to remove the teeth in an effort to prevent dental identification of the remains.
The flesh, to begin with, is hard enough. Then to cut the hip off, hold it in my arms with my hands, and pull the teeth out. It's unbelievable.
Bradford carried the bones from the apartment in his backpack and in a trash bag to a deserted field where he dumped them. Later, he said, he went to Linden Lake and threw the skull into the water.
All never appeared. The station known itself.
But it never proceeded as a homicide. It just gone down as a missing person. And been a missing person forever.
Townspeople were stunned by the news. Bradford's former boss couldn't believe she had worked side by side with a cold-blooded killer.
He did want to have that relationship with Tina. And unfortunately, he picked a very permanent way out of that relationship. And he's also out of his son's life as well, which is a real shame.
Tim Bradford had no explanation for why he killed Tina, other than to say he loved her and was sorry. Tim Bradford was convicted of voluntary manslaughter and of abuse of a corpse. He was sentenced to 12 to 25 years in prison. Tim Bradford acknowledged his guilt in this exclusive letter he wrote to the producers of this program. Bradford says, quote, "I have committed an atrocity in the eyes of God and of man, and for that I accept full responsibility. My actions belie my true feelings for Tina. I truly loved her with every fiber of my being." End quote. Bradford claims the pain of his own actions go well beyond those imposed by his prison sentence. Quote, "The nightmares I have had since that night, the dreams I had were to wake up with Tina's name on my lips. Those will stay with me forever, and they should. It is a burden I must carry in my heart until the end of my days."
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. Building on my progress without starting over, weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Don't see more of the light inside.
In this case, Mr. Bradford, the way he treated the corpse of the person that he supposedly loved, tells you that there's almost two parts to this person. One where he really loves this woman and can't deal with the fact of losing her, and wants to talk about what he did to her because he feels guilty about it. But another side of him that could detach himself from all emotion to lean over a bathtub and deflesh the body of somebody that you love. It's just humanly impossible.
He could do this to somebody that he loves. What could he do to somebody that he doesn't even know or doesn't care about?
I just hope that through law enforcement officers and young detectives, maybe seeing this case be aired, that they realize, don't give up. You know, when you get these little clues and when you have gut instincts telling you something's not right, keep on pushing the envelope a little bit. Keep on going after the evidence, because that's what happened in this case. It resulted in us walking through a field. Maybe we got our shoes all muddy and got a little dirty and everything, but we found the last of her remains, and were able to put a final conclusion to this case. And I'm very proud to be a part of it, quite frankly.
In 1996, a fire broke out in a rental home in North Carolina. One child died. Another was critically injured. To the family, the fire was a mystery. To investigators, it was murder. Tabor City, North Carolina, a small rural sweet potato farming community in the western part of the state and home to the Henson family.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, baby.
Joshua Henson and his sister Brittany lived with their mother Terry and her boyfriend Rodney Strickland. Rodney worked in construction. Terry was a homemaker and student. On October 19, 1996, Rodney left to spend the night with his son in Bear Bluff, about 15 miles away. Terry's mother Bernice came over to the house that night for dinner.
I was there when she took Brittany and Josh upstairs to bed. And as they were going upstairs to bed, the last words I heard Josh say is, "I love you." Because he was just learning to talk.
After Bernice left, Terry plugged in a space heater to heat the home since it was the first cold night of fall. She fell asleep on the sofa in the living room around midnight. At 4 a.m., Terry was awakened by screams from her children. The house was on fire. Thick smoke and flames made it impossible to reach the children. The only thing Terry could do was call the fire department. The police arrived first. An officer also tried to rescue the children. He too was unsuccessful.
He went down past me. Got almost upstairs until we can't get in.
To clear the way, Terry moved the space heater at the bottom of the stairs. By the time the firemen arrived, the upstairs was almost entirely in flames. The children were rushed to the hospital, both in critical condition.
Julie Hartreck knows her good. She's black, head to toe. And they told me when I got there that they should.
Brittany was fortunate. She survived the fire. Tragically, 17-month-old Joshua did not.
They came out and said they did. They did. You know, see, they suggested I did. But then I couldn't, you know, they had to. I didn't.
You know, I really love to go on. I really love to play. That's my actual child. I love him like that. I wouldn't have been good and it's happened all the time.
Cause he didn't hardly have time. He was too young to die.
When the fire was extinguished, local authorities found evidence that the fire started in the children's bedroom closet. At first, they thought that Brittany might have been playing with matches, but when they looked into Terry Hinson's background, they uncovered information which made them suspect it might have been murder. Brittany Hinson, now 8 years old, remembers the horrible fire that burned through her home 4 years earlier.
I was burnt all over and I had time. And I was pretending, leave me, it's you. And the rivers were rainbow paths and bridges and were gold, and the houses were made out of glass, which had the names on the top level of people that owned. I'm special because I had died and came back alive. That's why I'm special.
Her younger brother Joshua, just 17 months old, died in the fire.
I just miss her. I wish she hadn't died. I mean, you're so young.
With any kind of house fire, officials try to identify the cause. Generally, a fire burns longest at or near its point of origin, so the room with the most damage is usually where the fire started. Most of the damage was in Joshua's bedroom, which was at the top of the stairs. Investigators found a V-shaped pattern on the wall in Joshua's bedroom closet. It's a pattern that occurs when something combustible is against the wall. This discovery told investigators that the fire started on the closet floor and traveled up to the attic. A melted copper electrical wire was hanging from the attic, which investigators concluded had been burned in the fire and was not the cause of it. Special agents from the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms assisted in the investigation. They eliminated the nearby electrical outlet as the cause. And when they couldn't determine how the fire started, they concluded that someone had set it intentionally with a match or lighter.
Even on an antidepressant, there are days I feel stuck in my head. Depression symptoms, like lack of interest and negative thoughts, can hold me back. I wanted to break through. I asked about Vraylar. I think Vraylar for an antidepressant significantly reduces overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks. Vraylar, breaking through to weeks. Ask about Vraylar.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more than I decided.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. Building on my progress without starting over, weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
More of the light inside me.
Next, they wanted to know where Terry's boyfriend Rodney was at the time of the fire.
Rodney had plenty of alibis. He was back in Fair Bluff with his son, spending the night. Plenty of people saw him.
But investigators were most suspicious of Terry, since she was sleeping on the sofa downstairs when the fire broke out, instead of in her bedroom upstairs. And they also discovered that a few years earlier, she had given 3 older children up for adoption.
The only reason Terry let those children go was because she did love enough to want the best for them. And at that time, she could not give them anything, not even a home. She didn't have a job, she didn't have a car, she didn't have no money, she didn't have anything.
People made a leap from that event, the adoptions, to somehow becoming a motive for killing her other child.
Witnesses also told police that at the fire scene, Terry behaved suspiciously.
Her mom said that she had been depressed, that she had been bringing books over for her reading, and her boyfriend said that she would sleep on the couch.
He just didn't think Terry was acting the way a mother would act if a child had been killed in fire. There's just something wrong to them about it.
She was blamed for the fire. She was blamed. She's the one who did the fire. She didn't do a single thing.
Terry denied having anything to do with setting the fire.
I was actually the only one that they had to eliminate her. So she wasn't trying to get so entire thing. Rodney couldn't consider he was there. 15 miles away.
Police arrested Terry Henson and charged her with murder, attempted murder, and arson. And her nightmare continued when her own lawyer hired an independent investigator who agreed with the prosecution that the fire had been intentionally set.
It took me a long time to fill out my training. I still held a lot of faith that he was going to do something. And I finally realized that he's not.
If convicted, Terry could face the death penalty. For 61 days, Terry Henson sat in a North Carolina jail cell, waiting to be tried for murder and arson. Eventually, Terry was released on a $200,000 bond, but remained under house arrest. And with no one else to turn to, Terry conducted her own research into the fire that killed her son Joshua. First, with her computer, she made a search on the internet. She typed in the word fire.
I spent several days, probably weeks, looking on the internet for something that fit my case. I didn't understand the internet as far as there being actual people out there that you could talk to. Wasn't sure how to talk to them if I did know.
It was slow going until Terry found an article written by a fire investigator in Sydney, Australia.
Is it accidental fire or arson? Tony K.
The article described common mistakes investigators make when determining the cause of a suspicious fire. Specifically, it discussed the role of bias in fire investigation. For example, arson investigators tend to look for arson, and insurance investigators tend to look for insurance fraud. The article recommends that fire investigators have a scientific or chemical background. Terry desperately wanted to get in touch with the author.
I didn't understand email. When I saw the little envelope thing on the page, I clicked on it, and it, like a blank page popped up, retyped it, but I just assumed that they would like to send this to him. And I still didn't understand how he would get back to me.
The author, Tony K., did respond, but since he lived in Australia, he recommended Dr. Gerald Hurst in Austin, Texas. Dr. Hurst earned his PhD in chemistry from Cambridge, and he agreed to look into Terry's case.
Homeowners burning house down to kill their children, pretty rare.
Very rare.
Terry sent Dr. Hurst every piece of information she had about the fire. After reading through it, Dr. Hurst was struck by how incomplete the local investigation had been.
But decided to concentrate on the attic precisely because they had said almost nothing about the attic in the investigation. The attic was a complete revelation.
The insulation in the attic was made of ground up newspaper treated with a flame retardant chemical. Dr. Hurst checked local weather conditions, and he discovered that Hurricane Fran had passed through Tabor City, North Carolina, just 6 weeks before the fire. Terry said the torrential rains from that hurricane leaked through the roof and caused water damage in the ceilings. Dr. Hurst also found a melted 50-year-old electrical wire in the attic insulation. Terry told Hurst there had been some electrical problems on the night of the fire. Her curling iron had been going on and off earlier that evening. And when she moved the electric space heater for the firemen, she remembers it was cold to the touch.
So, but yeah, slid it out of the way. And later for that dog off that heater should have been very hot. And it had been turned on full blast.
Find something extraordinary at the Genesis Signature event. Now is the best time to enjoy exclusive offers. Select an series that GD80 for $389 per month to get 1.99% APR. Exclusively at your Philadelphia area Genesis retailers.
I always had a private company. I didn't think I needed VA care. Then I learned VA is ranked above private care systems, thereby and costs less. I'm getting the best care of my life with providers trained to treat veterans. Get what you want. Visit choose.va.gov.
That the heater had gone off at least a half an hour before she became aware of the fire.
Dr. Hurst and fire investigator Ken Gibson flew to North Carolina to inspect Terry's home firsthand. They did not believe the fire started the way the government investigators said.